Hello! Welcome! Welcome to Drakenmemoria! Yay! What is Drakenmemoria, you may ask? Well, it's Dungeons and Dragons, or group of people playing Dungeons and Dragons. So if this is not something you want to watch, well, I don't know what to say. I wonder why you're here.
Yeah, how'd you find us?
Yeah.
God.
If you aren't looking for Dungeons and Dragons things, or D&D, or something like this, that's very weird that you find us. That you found us. Unless you're trying to sell us cheap viewers again, in that case, it's the same answer. Why are you there? When has that worked with me? Ever. Alright. Well, if you're not one of those person and you're here on purpose, then welcome. It's a pleasure to have you with us. And yes, tonight we seem to be down the player. At least we hope it's nothing serious, because Remy hasn't contacted us at all today. I know he was good yesterday at 9 p.m. But let's hope he's okay and that he's gonna join us sometime during the night. Hopefully. What else? Oh yeah, if you like the thunderstorm in the background, ambient mixer. If you like the world map, Wonder Draft. If you like the battle map, Dungeon Alchemist. And who knows? Maybe soon there's even gonna be town maps. I'm really eager for that app to be available for me. But for now, it's only those 3 software and website. All of the information are below if you want to download it, buy it, visit it. For Ambient Mixer, it's mostly royalty free, so long as you use them for ambience, but you still have to look at the fine print for each one. A small percentage of their sound to create ambience is not royalty free. Yeah, I think that's everything we needed to know. Say, do. Yeah. Alright, so with this, I think it's about time we get started. Before someone falls asleep. Hold on. That's not the right one, that's not the right one, that's not the right one, it's this one here. I said it's this one over here. Thank you. Alright. So, for those who might not have been here last week, shame on you, start with, but here's a really small resume of what happened. The party reunited with Kalina, the now Queen of Bahano. While for our adventurers only a few months had passed since their last visit, a decade and a half had passed for the Queen. Not only this, the disappearance of our adventurer back to their time had occurred at a very inopportune time. Time and a relentless war had taken their toll on the Queen, both mentally and physically. However, free of the burden of the absolute silence that they were maintaining, our hero could now talk openly about their origin and part of the knowledge they brought back with them, all in the hope of helping her and achieving their ultimate goal of retrieving something they need to make sure their enemy or rival doesn't get their hands on back in their own time. I believe we left last episode with Fisher leaving with Kalina with the Gem of Worlds to evaluate the possibility of transferring some souls into the Gem of Worlds, provided audience creates landmass and something for them to survive on at the same time. And the rest of the party, Tobiyashi, audience, and Remy, leaving to try and catch up with a group of teenage girls, essentially, trying to sneak out of the city in an infested, aberrant... street infested with aberrant creatures. Now, this would be the time where Remy would have certain thoughts about this combination of things. But we are spared for tonight. Alright, so I think since Fisher did not get to play a lot last episode, so sorry, I'm still sick. I think we'll start with Fisher. You had just... So there was a heated argument in the room when you arrived. Tobiyashi started to fear Kalina as much as he would fear any minor gods. Realizing that she has authority, power, and she's not scared of an entire room full of generals.
And she's crazy.
When you are the ruler of a city under siege for 15 years in a war that you are now convinced cannot be won, and you're just trying to make sure that as many people survive as possible, crazy is a relative term. Oh yeah, and audience unfortunately admitted in front of Kalina that he sent out a group of underage women in a scouting mission outside of the walls of the city, outside of the wall of the inner city, without the queen's approval. Which audience felt bad about. So bad that he quickly tried to leave the room and intercept them before they get to the city. Since you left with Kalina, you didn't hear the rest of what happened in that room.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, you are walking with her, most likely toward a wizard room or something like this, where someone can analyze the gem of worlds, and know if it's possible to put inside survivors of the city, effectively creating a colony of the people of Bahanor inside of a gem that audience will bring back with him in the future and teach them the glory of the dragon.
So we're going to talk to some other wizard about that?
Yeah, see if it's possible to send souls in there. So you have a few minutes of walking with Kalina. being the only ruler ever to recognize you as a sentient being and telling everyone in the kingdom to treat you as a person. You're walking next to her right now. She's a queen now.
Oh, I don't know if you watched the last episode, but she did suggest that we got a whole bunch of robots and put souls into them. Well, not robots, but you know, warforges, not warforges. God damn it, constructs, and put,
as another way to save people.
yeah,
Yeah, because there was a one possible way to save many people was to simply extract their souls and put them inside
them
of a
in
gem.
gems.
This is how Remy got the idea to use the gem of worlds to try and do this. But the problem is, if you do this, the only way to save as many people is to only take the souls and put them in the gem. But once you're out, you need to put the souls back into something. And she did not want to essentially become the same thing on innocent people as the creatures outside doing to anyone not fortunate enough to evacuate the outer city in time. So this is why she asked if there are many construct like you without souls. So a way to transfer them inside. Because she also doesn't want to take the place of someone like you. A construct who might have a soul.
So the full plan now is extract souls, put them in a gem, or the world gem, and then once we get back to the future, take them out and put them into constructs.
Well,
we're just gonna keep them in the gem.
Well, they already had their plan to keep them in the gem, but this is essentially amongst the things she is going to want to know. How to do this? What's going to happen to them? Can they be taken out? Are they stuck in there? What are the resources necessary to send people in? Because in the best of worlds, it's literally a way to save everyone in the city, put them inside the gem, and even if they are there, they might have a body in there. They might be able to live out their lives inside of this gem. Rebuild a new city. Well, that's one of the better scenarios.
Okay.
As you remember, you have one party member who touched a gem that you need to create something inside, and instead of being thrown inside of the gem of world, got thrown into a shard of nature. So.
Yeah. Okay.
You don't need to talk to her if you don't want to. I'm just saying you have a few minutes until you get there, so you can start a conversation with her or not.
I mean, is she directly asking about that kind of possibility?
No,
or is that something that was talked about earlier?
No, she's going to the wizards to know if all of this is possible, what's going to happen, how to make this happen. First of all, to have the gem evaluated. Instead of sending Remy, which now I think would have been a good idea, they decided to send you. To keep following the gem. Because it's essentially audience's property.
Yeah. Okay. I think I would just at some point. Yeah. By the way, I did want to. I mean, I'm pretty sure I did last time too, but thank you again for recognizing my sentience. We ran into some people that were, back in the other camp, pretty extremely far, and I kind of had forgotten how rough it was. So, I, it's nice to be back around people who get it.
Well, we haven't encountered anyone like you since you left. But it is hard to be recognized no matter what we do. So I can understand how frustrating it is to have a voice and not be able to speak. It made sense. And you make sense. So, whatever the reason behind this, at least you deserve to be recognized as a voice that should be heard. Now, there are some advisors who still talk to me about this decision, feeling that you are probably more likely than anything else a defective machine, but no matter the case, I felt like your voice needed to be recognized.
I appreciate that.
Now then, tell me, what has audience been up to since you left? As I understand it, it hasn't been 15 years for all of you. He does seem to have grown a little in assurance, but I remember how he was.
It's been since the last strain. What, like 4 months, maybe?
For you, it's been something like this, 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, it's been about like 4 months for us. Most of that time, or a little bit of that time, he spent working on his church. But then most of that time we spent where in the island chain where I was created.
Knowing your origin is always nice.
Yeah.
Did it answer any questions you had?
Yeah. We got not as many as I would have liked, and added more questions, but still got a lot answered, which was very nice.
Did you take the time to ask the questions you wanted?
Not all of them. Also, we were kind of in a hurry. It felt like we were more in a hurry than we were actually in a hurry at certain points, but things get left behind when you're in extremely dire circumstances.
Well, yes, I understand, but I think you've let yourself be swept up by things because if I remember correctly, from when we were traveling, you do not exactly need to sleep. I think you could have taken that time to ask a few more questions. Am I wrong?
What, instead of sleeping?
Well, instead of not asking questions. You could have simply stood in the same room as those who could have answered. Get into that passive mode of yours and ask a few questions. I'm sure that talking is not something that drains whatever energy you have.
Yeah. At the same time, I mean, other people also need to sleep.
But I would say, judging from the tone of your voice, that you could have talked to someone much like you. Someone.
Yeah.
Yes. See, it is not enough to be able to talk. You have to be brave enough to talk. People need to listen to you, but you need to talk to them.
Weren't we talking about audience?
Yes, of course. You're talking
Right,
to a
so-
queen. She went from a
Deflect.
She went from a rebellious princess to a queen who is trying to make her people survive. She gained assurance, a lot of it. Yes, audience. I don't know if his god is actually here, but we have followers of the dragons now.
Yeah. The thing I will say about audience is he is
Blissfully
When
unaware of darkness.
he's not blissfully unaware of darkness. He's blissfully unaware of the darkness that pretends not to be darkness. But I would, when he is more isolated from the rest of his church, he is a lot, I think, better trusted with making certain decisions. And like at the end of the day, there's no one I'd rather have at my back. But
You don't want me to tell him this.
obviously, in his absence, back where when we're from, his church has grown an incredible amount in a rather short period of time. So I would say I don't think you should be too worried about his Church of the Dragon here, as it doesn't, I mean, depending on who's in it. But
Well, right now, nearly uniquely human girls. It seemed to be a very gender
more of just like a hero worship kind of thing.
of a very specific gender. More like the fascination of little girls when they hear about a bard coming in.
Yeah. I don't think you should have to worry about that much, as like the face of what audience believes his religion is, and what he says his religion is, and so what I guess has made it here is there's nothing really wrong with it, other than worshiping just kind of normal dragons as gods. The issue is the fact that when we're from, the dragon is a green dragon,
That is a detail they intentionally did not reveal to me.
Well, I probably don't know
I don't
either.
know if he would have mentioned. For the most part, he preaches just dragons in general. But the the driving force behind it and where he started is a green dragon. So
Well, my knowledge of dragons is not extensive, but aren't green dragon known for their...
oh yeah, oh yeah. He doesn't like it when you bring that up.
I don't think anyone would be.
But like I said, he thinks it's different.
I thought I only needed to worry about a small cult of awestruck teenage girl singing about a dragon, but now I have to worry about a priestess being given power by a green dragon god. That changes things.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are. You see a door with a few arcane sigils on it. Knowing of magic, you sort of recognize the usual kind of protection that a mage would place on his laboratory. Boat type of protection to prevent...
Hey!
Oh. He's here. Hold on.
What do you mean? He's been here the whole time. He
Oh.
just rolled really high on his stealth check.
No, that's okay. I started with Fisher, so we'll know what you all did while you were waiting patiently for your turn.
Just don't check your wallets.
So yeah, like I was saying, Fisher, you recognize the type of sigils and incantation a wizard would put on his laboratory, both to protect it from things coming from the outside going in and from the inside going out, like explosions. Or creature being taken out of their realm. She arrives at the door. She knocks. You hear a bit of an older voice just answer, "I'm busy right now." The queen looks at you, looks at the door. "I know. I don't care." You hear something tumbled, a few things falling on the ground, something or someone running. You hear a few locks being taken out. You hear a mumble, and then suddenly a shimmer on the door. "I'm so sorry. I did not look at who was on the other side of the door. Please. My queen, come in. And you, who... You look like someone I saw a very long time ago." He looks at you, Fisher, when he says this. "You had a hat the last time."
I pull it out of my bag, shake it out a bit,
Right.
unfold it a little. It's a bit crumpled.
So it
Stick it on my head.
is.
This one?
Okay, so it really is you. He looks at the queen for a moment. He looks at you.
Do I recognize him?
Uh,
As anybody important, or as just like it was,
You can roll intelligence if you want, because he would have been there in the ceremony.
Nat 20.
Damn! All right. You're there. You're thinking about this for a moment.
It's good to save him for the important stuff.
Yeah. He was the wizard who is sitting 2 chairs away from the princess at the large banquet she gave right after knighting audience and recognizing you as being a sentient entity. He's probably a very prominent wizard inside of the city since he was sitting 2 chairs away from Kalina. Right. Just reappeared in your mind.
Oh yeah, I remember you. We
Naturally.
were just down the table.
Good. And even your mind just throws the name inside. You remember him being called Weir? Weir. I hadn't given anything about his name, but there was it was a full evening, so it was probably someone probably called him by name at one point. Natural 20. I feel it's normal that you remember it.
Well, we have some questions about stuff.
I would imagine, otherwise you wouldn't be here. He looks at the queen again, and he looks at you. Please, come on in. Come on in. She walks first. As you enter, the wizard just taps on your shoulder and says, I see you still have your head. Does that mean your companions are here as well, and they also have their head attached to their shoulder?
Yes.
That's good to know. Right, my queen, what do you want exactly? She gestures for you to show him the gem.
Yeah, I hold it out.
Interesting. And what am I supposed to do with this?
Heard there was a plan to save some souls
Yes.
by putting them somewhere.
Yes.
As far as I've been told, this gem is audience hasn't gotten around to doing it yet, but with the use of certain things at our disposal, it can create a kind of world inside of it.
Interesting. I haven't heard of anything like this before. Maybe it's a common occurrence where you're from, but not here. Interesting. Can I have it?
You can look at it, yeah.
Well, if you want me to evaluate something.
Well, yeah, you can take it. I'm just,
All right.
no keepsies.
I'm trying this art form of human condition known as a joke.
Alright, well, first I need to analyze it, but then I imagine that this is relating to the plans we had to try and extract the souls of people into a gem. Yes, it is. I want to know how viable that plan would be considering this gem. And Mr. Fisher, how exactly are you planning to add things inside of it?
Well, as far as I understand it, you kind of add dust or essences of other shards.
Oh, pretty potent thing. Okay.
Yeah, and it kind of creates a similar
Well, very unstable then.
themed.
Well, let's just say that to start with, I'd say if you want to make this compatible with life, you'd have to. I hope you have dust from either, or well, ideally, the bigger the thing is, the bigger the more chance we're gonna have for success. But either to appeal to the biological nature of a person or the divine nature of a person. So either something from the nature shard or the divine shard.
We have some dust from the Dawn Shard.
Right. Okay, that's interesting.
Uh,
All right, we have
I
possibilities.
believe my party members have some that I don't, but I've also got some from the Storm Shard, the Wilderness Shard,
The
the Frost
wilderness.
Shard,
That's interesting. Oh, that's interesting.
Scorched Shard.
You have wilderness and dawn. Ah. Well, that's would certainly help a lot.
That gives what? Sunlight and plants, right?
Dawn is divine domain. We
Yeah,
have
that's fine.
something to appeal to both the biological nature of people and the divine natures of souls. Interesting, interesting. All right, well, give me a moment. I will evaluate all of this. I may need to do a little bit of research. Mr. Fisher, He looks at you for a moment, up and down. I see that you have a few new inclinations since you've last been here. You looked like a brainless brute last time, but you do feel like you have a little bit of recognition of a few things inside of my room. So I take it you have either.
I've been doing some studying.
Good. Well, at least we have confirmation that Kalina's judgment was good. You have a mind. Now, please, since you seem to know a bit about the gem, I will gladly accept you volunteering to help me figure things out.
Yeah, I can do that.
Now then, would you please? And he points in a corner, and you hear Kalina says, "Not as a subordinate, as an assistant, at worst." Yes, of course, my queen. Mr. Fisher, would you please help me and go get the device in the corner over there?
Quick, trying to remember. There was never any reconciliation or acceptance of Terry's presence last time, correct?
No, he spent the entire time inside of his box.
Locked in a box.
Yeah, which was disenchanted and nearly killed him because he was running out of food.
It wasn't. Yeah. Yeah.
However,
And
you are considered stronger. You are trusted, at least by the queen.
I'm wondering. He's real smart.
And he doesn't question that. He doesn't question at all that you're a sentient being because you're dad.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, in just 1 second. Kalina, could I talk with you privately for just 1 second before we get started?
Yes, of course. go play with your things. I'll send him to you when we're done. He looks at the queen for a moment, sort of. You sort of recognize in his eyes the frustration that you might have felt a few times in your life when someone was just treated you as a machine. Just go get maintenance or something. She basically did the same thing to him. And looked at you and said, "Please come, see, let's talk."
I assume you remember last time we were here, and I had another companion whose presence was not appreciated and was locked in a box
Yes,
the whole time.
of course, I remember.
Ended up almost killing him, actually.
All right.
He is still with me, and I think he would be an extreme help in something like this, as his knowledge of arcane things and his ability to learn quickly is a lot. But I will not have the same thing happen again. And if that would be the case, then I would just keep him away.
I see, so you did not feel the need to correct me when I asked. When I said that it was a good thing you left your companion behind.
No. Well, at the time it was, you know.
Yes, I understand. There were still knights in the room. Or rather, leaving the room. I feel like you should have said something once they had left. Alright. What can you tell me about him first?
Well, he is a little worm about that big. That his origin was basically I struck a deal with a gnome to drink a unknown test potion that he didn't know what it did. I drank it, I blacked out, and Terry, that's his name, crawled out of me. And since then, we have learned to communicate. It basically calls me Dad. It has no memory of anything prior to when I spawned it. And it is well versed in arcane workings and is very quick to pick things up.
Right, so you are telling me an aberrant creature from an unknown place with extreme intelligence and arcane knowledge is being harbored somewhere in your inventory right now, while we have armies of aberrant creature from also an unknown realm knocking at our door. And you are hoping that because this creature calls you father, it will not join their rank as soon as you open the box. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's, I guess if you know, put a real pessimistic spin on it, yeah, that's about what I said. I will not take him out of the box if you do not like that idea.
It is something which needs to be handled carefully. And I cannot guarantee you how things will go. I will not risk my city. No matter what. So, if you
That's fair.
take him outside...
He'll stay in the box then.
If you want to commit him to this research, you will have to accept that he will be first tested. That a mage will put him inside of a containment initially, while he makes sure he will not join the enemy. And once that has been evaluated, he will be allowed to stay in your care. And you will be responsible for him. Whatever happens, you will share his fate.
And if during the test it seems that something is off, you're going to let me just put him back in the box?
It will depend on the result of what is off.
You might potentially have to put his charred remains in a box.
Well then,
Right
I
now
guess he's
you
staying
really
in the
do
box
have.
then.
Right now you really do have the impression that you're not talking to Kalina the friend. You're talking to Kalina the queen.
Yeah.
Thinking of her people first.
As great as it would be to...
It all boils down to how confident are you of Terry.
Yeah. The last time we were here, when Terry came out, he got a kind of glazed over distant look, right?
Said he was hearing something.
Yeah. Alright. Nope. I'm not dad of the year, but I'm not gonna be worse than I'm not risking that. So,
okay.
I'll just say, well then he can stay home.
Very well. Does he have a way to influence the outside of his home?
No.
Very well.
I have been thinking of a way to add something like that, but I'm glad I didn't get around to it. Not that I think it would have been a problem, just on the very off chance it was, I don't want you to turn him into a little pile of ash and then, give him back to me.
All right. Well then, if you change your mind, you know the procedure. If you do not, I'm sure many people will feel a lot safer. But if he is as an important resource as you say he is, then it will be our loss. But it will be our necessary loss. I will leave you with our very nice and understanding head wizard. Yes, my queen, of course, Mr. Fisher. Would you please assist me?
Yeah.
All right, I'm feeling really strong aberrant racism from this. No, I'm
Well, they've been at
Actually,
war.
no, that
Is
more.
it racism? Is it more like xenophobia?
Oh yeah, because they're
Alienism?
aliens, right? Yeah.
No.
I don't know. Answer me this question. You're in the middle of World War II and you see Germans arriving. What is your first answer? What is your first response? Is the fact that you're
Racism.
using
Oh,
your
sorry.
gun first because you are racist?
Well, well, I think it still files under xenophobia because the
Okay.
same could be said for refugees to the United States during World War II against Germans and even Jewish people and also Japanese. And
Mhm.
You know the United States better than I do. All right.
And before you leave, Your Highness, if I do change my mind, is that something I come to you about and it's a whole thing, or is that something me and Weir do here in the lab in a box?
Well, I will appreciate it if you asked me first. You are probably in the only place in what is left of this city where it would be all right to tell the wizard first. But either way, I will be among the three first person to know.
Mm-hmm.
And keep in mind that I am the only person who can actually tell him to relax.
Mm-hmm. I roll an insight check on where.
4.
Just his, I don't know, wizard vibe. Is he one of those, like, magic above all else?
Yeah, sure.
I'm great, ego. That's a. Never mind. Not one.
Well, with a natural 1, all I can say is you're just looking in the general vicinity where you can see him, all around. You look at this and says, okay, yeah, good laboratory. That's definitely something to spy in other realm. That's an impressive library of book. He needed to be reminded that I'm an actual person. Well, at best, he's a scientific that you can look at him as a as a scientist. That as long as you haven't proven something, it doesn't exist. Kind of person.
Although weirdly, he does have a pencil-thin goatee, a staff in the shape of a snake, and always seems to be in the corner lurking. I don't know if that's a red flag, but keep an eye on that wizard.
Yeah, keep an eye on him.
And
All right.
bird,
I'm gonna roll about this.
That bird, God.
I am indecisive. All right, we're not doing it.
I'm not gonna risk my son.
Yeah.
Alright. So, he commandeers your attention and asks you to fetch that thing Hold that thing. Give me that. Sorry. Can you give me that scroll over there?
Say please.
Don't push it.
Picks it
You
up,
at least
drops
start
it
with
on
what
the
you
ground.
kindly.
Looks at you for a moment. Says, I never said please to my own mother. Why would I start saying please to you?
Okay, so you're just rude in general. This isn't a me thing. You know, spend too much time around books. You
I wonder how
Stop
your
being
body
good.
works. Can I look at it from the inside?
If I can look at yours from the inside.
That's a deal. I'll go first.
How will we go at the same time?
Sorry.
Same time.
My laboratory.
Oh, that's a fair point. Then no.
Right, Fisher, kill him. Nobody will miss him.
I have had people look at my inside before, but you know, I was confident they knew what they were doing.
Fisher only lets someone inside of him if he's confident they know what they're doing.
I think we should go back to Tobiyashi, audience, and Remy with this, and leave
Okay,
Fisher
wait.
to
I have
his
a question
banter.
before we start this. Did we say we were taking a short rest, or did we not establish this?
Well, you waited a little bit before you were brought to the queen, so yes, you can have taken a short rest.
And so next quick, I could heal during a short rest, right?
Yes, you can spend hit dice, so long as you either do a medicine check or use the
Just healer's kit.
exactly.
Medicine. Oh wow, when the fuck? Okay, I just have medicine check.
Well, that's why we keep using
17.
you when you're not there because
Yeah.
you're actually a good bandager.
Yeah. Well, who would have thought someone who could use silk like the way I do could be good at bandaging people? Crazy. Where the heck are my hit die at?
You can use up to half your full hit dice pool during a short
Okay,
rest.
found it. All right. So half my hit.
Up to. You don't have to use it. Yeah, but you can use up to.
Don't tell me what to do, Dad. Rolls all the dice.
I have 10 hit. Wait.
You have one
Yeah.
hit dice per level that you have. So yeah, you have
Holy
10
fuck.
hit dice. So
Use
technically,
3, see what
if you
happens.
want, you could have healed as much as 5d8 plus Constitution, if I remember correctly, during your short rest.
Okay, and then I'll use the rest of my key points to heal me to full. And then take my short rest.
All right.
Or no.
So while you were all waiting in your room for Kalina to come, for someone to go take you to Kalina, you meditated and
Yep.
healed. There's a very Dragon Ball Piccolo sense to this. He just meditated and healed.
Started absorbing my own cream. Also, I have a haircut now. Well, Toby has a haircut now, so I just kind of like played with the goo, and I was like, okay, need a little bit. Yep, that looks better.
So you mean to say you look a little bit more like your character right now?
Yeah, I look more like my character now.
Okay. All right, so we go back to Tobiyashi, audience, and Remy, who were going to try, I believe, intercept a bunch of...
Nope, it was just me. Everyone else had left. No one else followed me.
Are you sure? I feel like Remy would always rush to follow you, but...
Nope. Remy went with the. No one. I'm telling you, no one went with me. Oh.
Okay.
I forgot what I was going to do.
In that case, that means that audience left in a rush, and Remy and Tobiashi were left there looking at one another, alone in a large room with a single table.
A single table. Wait a minute.
Well, you know,
Oh, yeah, I had to start
and a
going
few
to-
chairs if you really wanted.
I think I remember what I had to go eat a lot so I could make a copy of myself.
Yes.
That's what he had to do.
Oh yeah, Remy, can I have my bag back? He took it from me. Well, it disappeared, but you know, you have gentle hands, and I know.
Are you going to play nicely?
Probably not. But I promise I won't take any more illithids in it. Or what is it, mind flayers?
Both works.
I need it mainly if somebody dies, we could revive them later on, maybe when we come back.
Pulls the bag out of his bag.
Thank you. Okay, now, are you gonna go follow? Are you gonna go catch up with audience, or what should we do? I all I have to do is wait for what's his face to come back. I have his name somewhere here. One second. Ermist. I just have to wait for Ermist to get back with the information, and then we can do whatever. But I don't know what audience is going to do. Are you saying audience is a chicken, or are you saying I'm a chicken? Or, I mean, I could become a big chicken. Sorry, off topic. All right. I guess I'll go with you. Let's go.
He asked for
I got nothing better to
clarification.
do.
Oh, you know, you got good persuasion. Were you trying to persuade him to do this? I don't know, but you have good persuasion. And what was the information that you asked to Hermes? Or are you referring to...
Oh, no, we're just what audience asked him to get.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the information on what I asked everybody in that room earlier. More information that Hermes is going to bring back anyways.
Okay. Now I'm a bit confused.
So I told the people in the room about what we asked Ernest, if they could get any more information that Ernest is also bringing back. So it'd probably just be the same information that Ernest has, since he's
Yeah,
the
because
one in
I
charge
was
there.
Hold on. You asked him to get information about ways that they would to track you all, but I don't remember anything
And the dogs.
else.
Oh, and the dog cages. The dog cage is what we
Yeah,
asked
well,
them about too.
it was part of the I couldn't. Did you ask me anything else? I was just wondering. Am I missing something? Did I forget something? No. Okay. Good.
No.
I could. Like I said, I'm sick right now. I have moments of confusion, especially when I wake up in the morning. But I have moments of confusion.
That was pretty much it.
Okay.
And I asked him to get me a chef, but that was beside the point. I was getting rushed out of the room at that moment.
Don't worry, they're gonna feed you tonight.
All right, let's go find audience.
All right. Well, audience, exactly where are you planning to go to try and intercept your followers as they're leaving?
I'd probably go to the wall where they were gonna like leave to go to the library quarter.
Right. So
Did you try and tell? Did you tell them to try and sneak out?
Well, I told them to like scout, so I assume that's going to take some time.
Yes, because audience felt like he had to send teenage girl inside of street infested by aberrant creatures. With some of them wearing
Sounded like a good
dress.
distraction at the time.
Yeah. So you would try to go to the gate closest to where the library would be. Is that it?
Yeah, where they would most likely leave, since I didn't tell them to sneak out or anything.
Do we have to sneak out?
All right. All right. In that case, you try and hurry. Jogging, running, summoning your mount, and going as fast as you can.
I would summon my mount so I could get over there faster.
Okay.
Well, maybe. It does take 10 minutes.
Oh, well, I don't know how far is the wall.
Well, if you're running, sprinting to get to the wall, you'd probably get there. Oh. You'd probably get there.
I summon a big owl.
You'd probably get there faster by running. Well, sprinting. But then you'd be tired. So, if you summon your mount, you use a spell slot, but you're not tired once you get there. Because you didn't sprint for 9 minutes.
Oh, that's easy.
I didn't say 900 yard, I said 9 minutes. Sprinting.
Yeah, I just summoned my mount and then ride her over there.
Okay. Well, in that case, Tobiyashi and Remy, you probably managed to catch up with audience rather easily, as you probably started to summon his mount the moment he got out of the castle.
Yeah, I'm just swinging building from building with Remy on my back.
Spider-Man, stop! I mean...
Spider-Man!
Watch out for that wall! Wrong,
Wow.
sorry.
Boom, 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 boom.
That's not Spider-Man. That's Jorg. So, you probably arrive, because you had a little bit of a conversation, you probably arrive just as audience is finishing to summon them out. You even get there while you get the very familiar, but still impressive. You know, it's magic. It still has to be impressive. Flash of light, and then suddenly the shape of... Hold on. It's in the general... Terragam. Taking its shape and appearing in front of audience. As it looks up at you for a brief moment, there is a moment of recognition. It has been a while. You hear it inside of your minds going, it has been a while. I did not think I would ever get to see you again. What has happened?
Many things, but at the minute I need to get over to the wall quickly, so I'll tell you on the way.
Of course. Hop on.
Audience!
Audience!
I'll just tell
Whoa,
you guys
whoa,
where
whoa.
I'm going. Just say, this is where I'm going, and then take off.
Oh, well, I guess we're following him.
You just had that ball of fur just going... Ah, damn.
Toby, you gotta grapple his mount with your silk,
Yeah.
and then slide on a shield.
Slide on a shield? Alright, let's do it. No, I don't have a shield on me, or I would. I just bring out a big rock and start riding the rock, like running on it while he's pulling us. No, I just keep following. I'll slingshot myself from one building and another one, and then I just like pull back. No, I'm kidding. Let's go. I follow.
Remy, audience did not wait for you. Did I do something wrong?
Honestly, no. In the back of Raimi's mind, considering how many times he said it, he probably assumes that audience assumed that Raimi would just
Use Mr. Step
Quickly.
to catch up with him. Yes, of course.
Right on the
And it's
back
like
of his steed.
he just appears out of nowhere.
Just an audience as you're about to leave. There is this sitting in front of you. It's Remy.
What's up, Remy?
Whee!
Oh, gosh, so much lighter. Oh, well.
For you, Toby, actually, you have that moment of audience. Ah, damn it, Remy. Ah, damn it. You see the puff of smoke just disappearing.
I bring them all this way, and this is the thanks I get.
You got another peck on the cheek before we left.
You know what? It's fine. It's fine. I'm used to being the other man.
Sorry.
Well, in fairness, when was the last time Tobiyashi and Raimi went on a romantic mount
When's
ride?
the last time an audience has ever done anything with you? Okay, that's.
I said a romantic mount ride.
True. Oh, that is true, huh? I'll be right back.
Proceeds to go find a mount. Dear.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, now I think you can hear me.
Yep.
Yep.
And I was just like, did my headphones die?
No. I was coughing too hard and I cut the sound. Sorry. Alright, so. Well, this is the first time I actually get some feedback from the audience. I was told something, then I didn't have any sound. There was a full episode who could have been saved by someone like you 3 years ago. Where were you? Alright. What was I saying? Yes. Remy appeared in front of audience because, he's your commander and it's the reason why you made him a commander. He's resourceful. That's the whole thing,
It's his shtick.
That's why he's the leader of your armies. Well, if you had armies, but he's.
I mean, give it a minute.
So you hurry up and try and catch up to your followers, trying to leave the city, and you have that moment where you worry a little bit because as you're approaching, you don't see any sign at the gate. But then there is this relief of hearing that voice The little voice of your follower, still there, passionately arguing against the guard, who doesn't seem to want to let them out.
How many of them do I see there?
You see 5.
Nice.
3 of them feels like they're priestess, and 2 of them feels like they're more roguish. Rogue or bard. One of them it's really you know, it's hard to tell. Maybe a bard, maybe a rogue. Sometimes they look alike. They're there, and
going
That's
out
the
there, guys.
thrill.
she's passionately arguing with the guard about, what do you mean we can't leave? We are on urgent business for the dragons. It is imperative that we can leave the city and go outside. We have important scouting to do. Give way!
I will just ride up.
You hear the
On
guard
my,
answer, I don't care. The queen said no one leaves, and that means no one. Even you. But
I'd like
we
to sneak
are on important business. Ah, look! He's right there. Tell him, audience. It is imperative that he let us out. The guard looks at you for a moment, and you recognize that look of, if you don't shut her up, you're all going to jail for the next 5 years. And I don't care that the shield is going to drop in 3 days.
I'll just kind of hop off my mount, walk up to her, be like, listen, I understand and appreciate your passion, but plans have changed. I need you back in the city. In fact, me and my party are going to head to the library soon.
You start seeing Todd trying to sneak out. I want to see how good these guards are.
Well, we actually have notice from the queen that we can leave, so.
Oh, okay. Then, you know. I won't then.
Alright, Dad, I won't do it then.
Yeah.
Gosh, since they're not going to try to stop me, I'm not going to even try. Jeez.
So I'll be like, I appreciate your passion and I understand what I asked, but plans have changed since you've been gone. There's new things have came afoot and we've discovered some things. So me and my party are in fact going to be heading out. For now, I have a more important task for you. I need you to prepare all of the texts and books you have on the dragon, because we may need them soon for the future. You have to trust me on this. Get your
What did I
temple
miss?
together.
I finally got here.
And I'm gonna hand her the official book that I always have on me. One of the official books for that has all the prayers of the dragon and all of the duties and stuff of it.
Okay.
The pamphlet?
He
Oh,
said
actual.
duty.
Yeah.
you hear you hear one of the girls say, he said duty. Okay. So Remy, I'm just sending you a little message. Audience, you have your priestess that says, all right, I understand. And she looks at you intently, audience. Remy, this is where you see this. But audience doesn't see it at all because his passive insight sucks. I understand. I will obey the will of the dragon. Follow me, my friends. We have a new task. Audience, you're not sure why, but she looks at you intently for a brief moment, and then she leaves. Remy, you sort of noticed this twice now. While she was talking, and when she stayed and looked at audience for a brief moment, and left.
The Rainy blinks and sighs.
You see her walk away and then stop right next to a building, and for you, not at all discreetly, but for audience, it just seems like she vanished. But for you, Remy, it's sort of... I hope I never was this bad. She just darted behind a building, and she seems to be just waiting there, as if expecting something to happen.
I'll turn to the guard and I will be like, I don't know if you heard. Sorry about that, but me and my party will actually be leaving soon. And we're under official orders from the Queen to try and head to the...
No, I haven't heard, but I wouldn't be surprised. I hope I won't need to send a whole lot of guards to get you, because the barrier just fell a few minutes ago. So, slowly over the night, the outer city is going to start filling with those things. Of course, they're going to bombard these positions first and kill anyone who offers resistance. But that's not your worries. Of course, you might not even be there in an hour. We'll be there. Being someone of a martial background, audience, you sort of recognize the animosity of a soldier looking at under. My nose is not helping me pronounce words. Looking at another soldier that has been branded a deserter.
Fair enough.
And now he's back here and still has the favor of the Queen.
So how's the watch been? Any attacks lately?
Okay.
I just finished catching my breath. Sorry.
Okay. The guard looks at you for a moment and... Oh, good. I'd heard about this. You stopped oozing everywhere.
Yeah, sorry. I kind of ooze. It's been a problem. You want to taste?
He looks at you for a moment. You sort of recognize that look on someone's face when they're not saying, but also saying, "Are you serious?"
I pull out one of the candies. Yeah, I'm serious.
Would you like a Toby Yummy?
Yeah.
You didn't buy any before leaving. You didn't buy any.
You know. No. So have the watches been good? Enough talking about my sliminess. Got important business going on here.
Yes, we're preventing enemies from entering the inner city. Why are you talking to me?
Well, I was just wondering if anyone has been trying to come in that have not been found, but trying to retreat. Because we were out there or like random people could be out there. I mean, that's what your princess was, or your queen was doing out there when you guys found us. So just wondering if you guys found anybody else, or if you've been turning people back because you don't know if they're infected, or you know.
Queen Kalina left the protection of the walls to try and get those who won at the lottery to be saved, because no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't save anyone. There are still thousands of people in the outer city who are right now unsure about how it's all gonna end. All they know is that there is a greater chance of them becoming one of those monsters than dying.
Oh.
Does that answer your question, slimy one?
I guess. Thank you for the information, though. You weren't too helpful. I'll turn around and start walking back to where we need to go.
It's always good antagonizing the local forces. Really helps you get some reinforcement in those precious moments when you need it.
I mean, what are they gonna do? Go in and die? I mean, I don't need their. Anyways, sorry. I would never say that, but you know. So where are we going next? Talking to audience and Remia.
Well, we need Fisher here. Then I think we're headed to the library.
No rest. We're not gonna rest first.
I don't think so.
I just want to make sure that everyone has their stuff before we go into a battle.
Well,
are we just going to recon, or are we going to actually do this?
The more you wait, the more chance you'll have at encountering resistance, but also the more resources you'll have if the longer you wait. So that's entirely up to you and how you balance things.
Well, as I'm walking with the audience, I'm like, well, I have everything that I need to go into the next battle from the rest we took earlier. I was just making sure everybody else. I saw you use some divine energy back there. And I'm pretty sure Fisher used some sort of spell. Audience.
Yeah.
Are you?
I'm just weighing out the options.
Are you distracted by your followers waiting behind a wall?
No, I just didn't hear that question. I'm sorry, I spaced out for a second.
I was asking if we should rest because I saw you guys use some powers that need to be regenerated.
Yes, we should rest. I guess we should head out tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Okay. That sounds better to me.
All right, so you head back inside of the city. Well,
yeah,
you are, but so as you walk back, when you probably you, Remy, you're just looking at where all the priestess went with all of the others, and you have a moment of their hair, and an audience has it. What are they doing here? They look like that group of teenage girls who just are waiting at the corner of a street, inconspicuously, or at least that's how they feel it is. But they didn't. They don't seem to have left. They just seem to have been waiting there.
Raimi will actually disappear himself for a moment.
Okay. And where are you disappearing and reappearing?
He'll actually Uh, disappear for a moment and then like reappear with the group.
You see them all. All right, so just roll me your stealth just to know how they react.
Let's see. That's going to be 27.
Right. You notice that none of them has noticed you. You're just standing there behind all of their group, and they're all there looking outside and specifically watching at audience as he's walking and nearly reaching where they all are. None of them has noticed you. They're just looking in the other direction.
The like a still sighing inwardly, just kind of like eventually taps one of them on the shoulder.
She just turns around quickly. How'd you get there? You were just there. That's good.
What you doing?
Oh, well, the priestess turns around and says, I'll handle it. After all, they were instrumental in our success. We're just waiting for audience.
I'm here. Kind of.
That's what you say when you arrive behind on the other side, as they all turn around and look at Remy. You say something, so then now they just go back to looking at you.
I guess. I mean, I know. I don't say anything. I just think that.
Okay. So the priestess looks at you, Remy, and just, well, you were perfect in your role. We really appreciated your assistance. It just made selling the whole thing so much easier.
Well,
Do you respond?
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think he was there for that. What's your name, love?
Oh, the priestess. Hold on, I have it here. I'm pretty sure.
It's just like I was trying to think. It's just like, oh, that's right. I don't think Remy was actually there when she introduced herself.
Oh, here he is. Azimus.
I'm assuming then she introduces herself as such.
Oh yeah. Who are you? I am High Priestess Azimus of the Dragons in Bahanor. And she waits for a moment and thinks, I don't think you'll know the rest.
Raimi will respond in audience's voice. Henceforth, I shall be known as Commander Raimi.
You are the commander. We have the commander with us. We did not know you were the commander. You should have told us. We would have tried to coordinate our effort with yours. It would have been so much easier. But rest assured, we have managed it. While you were helping us distract the guard, a small group got outside of the wall, and they are now scouting the immediate vicinity of the wall.
I suppose it is now in this moment where Raimi does realize it's like, crap, there were fewer of them.
Well, that's probably the moment where the oh yeah, diversionary tactic. Put the loud one in front so that the quiet ones go outside somewhere else.
In fact, Raimi could probably assume then that they probably had already slipped out either just as or around when they arrived. Well, when it arrived, I mean, like Raimi, audience, etc.
Well, because they said that you help the diversionary tactic, probably means that it was happening as you were convincing the guard to step down, because now a whole lot of attention suddenly went to all of you deserters. And then Toby actually further antagonizing the guards, drawing even more
That guard
attention.
really sucks
on your
at his
group.
job, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Raimi was kind of, once he picked up on the one thing, he was hoping to maybe put a pause on that, but apparently it was already a plan in motion. Oh well.
She turns to you, audience, as you are roughly at this right level. See? We are following the instruction of the dragon. We have managed to achieve success, even in hardship.
How many did you send out?
You want me to go catch them?
Oh, well, it's just, because we had to draw more attention to us. We actually split up in 3 groups. The largest was with me to draw the most attention, and the 2 others tried to sneak out. One of them was the secondary diversion. She looks at you for a moment, sort of waiting for an approbation, then look at you, Remy. See? That was a secondary diversion.
Of course you guys would follow audience. You guys aren't too smart, are you?
Does he say that out loud?
Yeah, I said that right to her face.
What do you mean? We
have you?
succeeded.
I mean, you did, but there's like monsters outside the wall.
Well, that's... I know. But that's
So how-
part of the danger. That's why audience needed us.
How many did you send out?
I'm not sure which group actually managed to go through, so either 3 or 4.
Well, I guess I turn around and start heading out there.
Indirectly now, you sort of know the size of the entire cult of the dragon inside of Bahanor. There's a group of 5, there's a group of 4, and there's a group of 3.
There's no helping it now. I start heading towards the exit.
She turns back to you, audience, and you recognize the need of approbation. Sort of, we did good, right? We succeeded.
I appreciate you coming up with a plan, but if you have any way to recall them, I would ask that you do. If not, I'm going to have to go ahead and get them.
I'm not sure I understand why.
Well, since we're headed out anyway, I appreciate them going out scouting, but I don't know if they're going to have time to report.
Well, that's okay then. They're resourceful. You'll be able to count on their assistance when you go outside.
Did you tell them just to scout?
That's what you said.
Yep, okay. Well, as long as they stay near the wall, I'll look for them.
They're all gonna die.
As I walk past the guard, I'm like, God, I hope you have a good day. I walk out.
Tobias just weirdly like walks back to the wall. It's like, hope you have a good day, and then awkwardly walks back.
Are you guys coming, or do I gotta go out? Yeah. Okay.
All right, so you all turn around and you go back to the barrack. The room that you had, it's not a barrack because it's a little higher class. You know, you're alone in your own rooms.
Oh, I thought we were going to find them.
Well, do you want to leave outside right now to go and get them, or do you want to wait until tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
I mean, if they're
They're not
now-
gonna be alive tomorrow.
Yeah, that's why.
we have
That's
to
why
go
I said I was
outside.
leaving.
No, we have to go outside now and go get them.
Yeah, I'm walking out after I said have a good day. I'm
We gotta go. We gotta go get them now.
All right. Well,
tomorrow. Oh my god.
Because they're also probably still near the wall now, which means that we can actually get them.
okay. Well, all right. In that case, while we wait for the guard to clear this up, we're gonna go on a break, and the approbation from the queen will probably be arriving by the time that the break is over. So, we're gonna let them settle the whole thing. All right. Yeah, we go back to the marsh town, as it has always been in this realm. I don't know. I should check. I should try to figure it out. Maybe it's still the same season as when you left. So there would actually be high marsh right now. All right. Let's go to the break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Bye. Hello! How have you been? I know it's been a while, but we're back.
I make it in time.
I was just saying hello to everyone as we just got in. It's amazing timing. 3
Thank you, I know.
seconds late, so that's okay.
Like Spider-Man always comes when he's supposed to.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Always.
Right at his hand.
Well, the only one that's missing is Fisher, because apparently while we were waiting, also while for the approbation of the Queen, had a, I'm trying to cut the toads. All right. You also sent for the Fishers to be escorted to your group, and so now apparently you're waiting for Fisher because approbation is there and they're gonna let you out, but Fisher's been warned and he's on his way, but it's Fisher. He's not running to you, so so what are you doing while Fisher's sorry. Let's just say that, here it is. You see Fisher arriving. So, now you're ready. Because we don't know if we can stop and wait for him. For people in the audience, I know this might feel cold, but we all remember this. I was going to say one time, but it happened more than once. That he left during the break, and he went to the bathroom, and then sent us a text message saying that he's stuck there. So we never know.
Ooh, Mega, did you see my message?
Now we all want to know what that message is.
Oh, well,
About
sorry.
The traitor message. I sent him
Oh.
with 3 people I think are traitors.
Oh, I did see the message though. You didn't complete it though. We'll talk about that after the session.
Oh,
Fisher is now arriving with the rest of the group.
Oh,
You okay? Did you fall asleep?
Sorry, I
Oh, okay.
got a really annoying headache.
Oh.
Oh yeah. I had one of those an hour ago. No, 2 hours ago. And I still probably have it. It's the moment we're all gonna stop, but it's gonna come back. Alright, so your camera got weird when you came back, so let's solve that. Yeah, of course, because the value just got all messed up, as always. It's supposed to be 60 and 60. Not 160. Don't know why. Sometimes, just like this, the value in the in a camera will just add 100. Don't know why. That's why people become slim unexpectedly. All right, so Fisher, while our group was trying to not get a group of teenage girls to be killed by aberrant creature, or half of the list have tentacles. They learned that some of them actually had managed to pass, and they sent a guard to get you so you can be with the group and go outside of the wall where it's dangerous to find, they're not sure, 3 or 4 teenage girls, which all think audience is the best thing in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So the question that I feel I need to ask, but I really shouldn't have, but I feel I need to ask is, do you accept this invitation by the rest of your party?
He really almost doesn't.
It's, what are you talking about? Somebody sends word that your group is about to go out in order to find some teenage girls. I can't believe you wouldn't accept that invitation so readily.
True.
Yeah.
Dumb kids
Just,
who.
if Fisher could
got the
sigh, but then he'd be like,
Puts the
okay,
wizard.
yeah, I'll be there.
And so you
Where am I going?
to one of the gates leading outside of the still protected area.
You just look to the wizard. Kids, am I right?
And then the wizard.
Alright, I'll be back once I deal with
Yeah.
the rest of the idiots.
So the wizard nods when you say kids. He said, "Yeah, that's why I have minions."
Yeah. If only.
Well, it had been maybe 2 hours that you'd been working, something like this.
You want a check of some sort?
No, mostly because he's the one that makes the check, and he does it with advantage because you were there and you know what you're doing, and you answer his questions.
Alright, that works.
So yeah, you do have preliminary answers to give audience. Mostly that, and I'm gonna send it to you privately. So that's the only part that seems to be established so far by the time you leave. The exact amount of resource, what's going to be needed, how this might affect a ritual to add things. That's
Okay.
He's still not sure about all of this.
Okay. And okay. Yep. Got it.
So, you make your way, you see the guard running with a missive. You think that's the guard who's going to tell audience that he can or can't leave the city. You see him running in the distance. You catch up eventually. Maybe audience gets the answer 10 minutes after the... no, that's 10 minutes of sprint. So 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. So after 25 minutes... audience needing to wait for nearly half an hour for the permission to leave the city while he has those 5 teenager just looking at him like he is the... I was gonna say seventh wonder of the world, but I never really took the time to figure out, are there wonders in the world?
Three
In this world?
only.
Yeah, and 1,500 years ago, maybe there were less. Who knows? So
Like they were just like putting together the list. You know, like they have at least like 20, but they're hoping to narrow it down because you know it's how many really, because you know like, given you know like people's means and like you know like their lifespans, can you really realistically see 20 wonders of the world? Like no, we gotta cut this down a bit.
make sure that they're mostly located where there are a lot of people, so they can actually see them all, you know, and not just nobles and merchants. All right, so after 25 minutes, the answer arrives. 5 minutes later, Fisher arrives.
25 minutes. I'm already out.
The guard might
No,
have
I'm
something
kidding.
to say against that.
I don't care. I'll jump over the wall. Shoot me.
Really? They
They
can?
will shoot you.
And they take aim.
All right.
You see the party. They're waiting, surrounded by a group of 5 girls, mostly humans.
I set up a hammock. I'm laying down now. I'm
All right.
They're
What
all
the fuck's wrong with you guys?
They're all looking at.
What did I
audience
do?
As if
You guys
he is
serious? No, not you, Toby.
Oh, I already told them that. Yeah, they're kind of dumb.
Audience.
I was
Dude,
trying to get
what?
information.
They walked
Okay,
away.
and
I had
their
okay.
lives don't matter to you enough.
Well,
But-
I'll lean in real close and I'll be like, to be fair, their lives were all gonna die in a day anyway until we figured out this whole gem thing. So I kind of assumed that it was fine to try and help as many as we could.
We had no idea this was happening. At least me and Remy didn't. They walked away, started talking.
Maybe this is just me judging, but I'd say that's kind of not quite like you.
Well, normally I didn't want them, to be fair, to go die. That's why I switched. I just want them to literally
You-
scout the wall line. I
Guys,
want
it's
them to
been 20
literally scout the wall line and tell us what enemies they saw that might help us. I didn't actually plan for them to go further out.
Yeah, they look super mature enough to
Okay, guys,
follow
we don't
those
have
kinds of
time.
instructions.
It took you 25 minutes to get
Aren't
here.
they-
We
they're
should
like
probably
the same
Are
go.
we
age as
leaving?
I am.
Yeah, we got to go now. I think
Look
the
at
bickering is not
audience.
going to help anything.
Like fully, for the first time, like registering that fact. Just being like,
Let's go.
yeah, I guess that explains a lot of things.
Who knows how to track things?
They're not built like you are.
Camera pans over to Remy. Who's good at tracking?
I feel like their cult should look at you, Fisher, for saying this. And, well, who are you to judge us? We're followers of the dragon. You are arcane material put
yes,
together.
I am an arcane construct that was gifted a soul by a god that deemed him worthy enough. You were born with one. Good job. You didn't do anything for it.
Whoa. Chill.
God,
I'm
Alright,
sorry.
yeah, let's go,
I
let's
spent the
go.
past 2
Did
hours
you just-
in a room with a mage that's a huge asshole, so I'm kind of on edge right now. Let's
Did,
just,
Odd-
you,
let's
odd-
go.
did
They-
you
all
just
mages
participation award these clerics?
All mages are assholes. I've told you this, Fisher.
As Seth said, I'm like, well put. We should probably go now.
Oh yeah, make sure to tell your religion. I'll tell the girls, no mages. We frown on mages. Wizards specifically. Sorcerers are okay.
apparently, audience also created his own hate for wizards.
Well, what else can she say? She turns to you, audience, says, "It shall be added to the book." And she looks at she presents that little booklet that you gave her.
It's like, don't worry, it's already on page 58.
Remy says in a voice no one's heard before. So,
All right, let's go.
Right, okay. Be careful
Guard.
out there, audience.
I will do my best.
Does anybody have tape? Sorry,
What?
nothing.
She leans over you for at the last moment, just as you're all about to leave. Is he really, alive? She points at Fisher.
He thinks he is.
Oh, right.
Okay, we should go before. You should be quiet. You might die. Anyways,
I don't overhear that, right?
Well, she wasn't speaking very loudly, so it depends on how loud the audience was when he answered. Audience?
I was not very loud.
Okay. Stay focused. You're getting distracted again.
Pretend I wasn't.
man, that made me want to turn around and punch her in the throat. But anyways, let's keep going.
All right, so the guard looks at all of you as you're just about to leave. Try and come back this time. We're not sending people to get you if you get into trouble.
Didn't ask. Let's go.
Maybe gives a thumbs up.
Right. I'd wish you luck, but apparently that's the only thing you have. He orders for the gate.
I've also got a big sword.
You see two of the girls go.
Have a good day, guard. See you later.
See ya.
And the gate closes. You have that moment of,
God, there's so much tension.
now you're outside the walls. I really hope that the guy opens the door when you come back. Immediately as you
Anyways,
leave, you feel the energy of the barrier just rising as you step outside of the gate. It's... well, the only thing you could say is it's electrifying to feel this potent of a magical barrier right behind you. I mean, look at Remy. You see all of his feathers because of all of the raw energy this barrier is emitting.
What would it be? Is it survival to track somebody?
Yes.
All right, I guess I'll start looking for something. As I'm looking around, I'll be like, "Damn, audience sure knows how to pick them." 18 for my survival check.
I thought you were going to say 18 referring to the girl.
Oh no,
That's
I think
old.
she's younger than that. You said 15. I mean,
16, yeah. Well, they're leveled, so they need to be 16 according to D&D. So
oh
minimum of
really?
16.
I didn't know there was a. Oh,
It's to keep the pedos at bay. Let's just
okay, makes sense.
So technically speaking, for humans, the minimum you can be and have level. Come on. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Alright. I hate looking for things like this. Where's the table for age?
I didn't know there was one.
Yeah, there's a table for the age of each species.
Oh, sorry. Which species are you looking for?
Human.
Age of maturity.
No, just the minimum age a player can start. When
Oh,
you're
okay.
human.
I thought you were trying to look at something like for different species. Like, wait, I thought they were all humans, but
Well, one of them might be a half elf, but the other ones are all humans. No, that's classes. Rogue, wizard. Oh, okay. I think I have it here. No, that's not it. That's weight. No, I don't care about their weight.
I am not aware of any hard rules in it other than the.
Well, isn't there a roll?
I've never heard a rule like that.
There's like the age part of each race that's like they mature at this age and then might go adventuring next 2
All right,
years.
then I'm mistaking with the previous edition. Because I know they.
I mean, honestly, again, though, I think if it's not written in the rules explicitly,
It's implied.
it is implied that your PC is of maturity for the purposes of, again, keeping the pedos at bay.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, in the Middle Ages, 16
Guantanamo
was
Bay.
considered an adult. So
Oh yeah, so it's just saying that there's no rule, but it's up to the DM.
I was sure there was.
Also,
Like
nobody
your
wants
kobold,
child
for
soldiers
example.
in their game.
Yeah,
For example, the reason why your kobold could be 7 years old is because 7 is mature for kobolds.
No,
Yeah.
I know.
true. Anyways, back to tracking.
Yeah. All right, so you said 18.
18, yes. Also, I'm gonna roll a perception to find my pendant too,
Okay.
while I'm looking around. 15.
Famous pendant. All right. What did you say for your roll?
15 per perception.
Okay, I thought it was something with someone else saying something. All right. The pendant. No, the pendant. No, you don't see the pendant. You
Okay.
don't see the pendant.
And then for
You don't
tracking,
see the
18.
pendant. All right. And 18. All right. And does anyone else help you in this tracking, or did you
Yeah.
suddenly become the tracker?
I mean,
of the group?
I will help Toby. I will, as opposed to making my own check.
Okay,
I'll roll
Tobiashi,
again.
you roll with advantage.
23.
Okay. And then Remy says, "No, they're over there."
Mm-hmm. He's like,
Living on the
actually,
edge, fighting crime, spinning webs.
All right. So, well, that's a pretty good roll. So, the city feels very abandoned right now. Although you know it's not completely abandoned. They just took as many people as they could inside of the inner fortress, the inner walls. So there's still a lot of people that are outside. But in the immediate vicinity of the gate, you feel like a lot of people simply decided to desert that area because they know what happens near the barrier. They know it's gonna be pummeled by so many different type of projectiles. So probably by morning there's not gonna be a single building in 100 yards of the gate or something like this. So people have abandoned this portion in front of the walls. So right now, as you're moving through the streets, deserted street, you don't see anything, and it's eerie quiet. Night is about to fall. You recognize that there's only a few. It's just slightly brighter outside than night would normally give, so it's probably near to the nightfall. Audience, was there something you...
No, I just got. No, it's fine. Don't worry. It wasn't something in game.
Okay. Tobiyashi, you take a few moments, assisted by Fisher, trying to figure out where there might be. Maybe after 5 or 6 minutes of scouring the base of the wall, a bit because of talent, a bit because of luck, you sort of find this little place, this little dugout that would go straight into the wall. But there's this rock that's placed in a specific way that seems to prevent the barrier to close at this little area, barely the size of a person. The rock itself has a strange color, very dark black color. You don't see anything around that would give it this color, so it's not supposed to be there. Either they went out through this, or this is something of concern that the enemy might have managed to slip agent inside. One way or the other, it's a hazard. No way to be sure for now which one of the two possibility it is. Something that got out or something that got in. It doesn't feel like it would be hard to push the stone out of the way and restore this small section of the barrier. Like I said, you don't know anything about the rock though, so how do you want to move anything? Do you want to try and close the gap? Do you want to just leave it there and who cares?
I think I would pull it out with my silk.
Oh. How
What?
big is the gap?
It
Yeah, how big is it?
creates
It's
a
like
small...
barely enough for a human.
Yeah. A slot would be too big to get in there, but a mind flayer might be able to squeeze in. Or 16-year-old
I'll point it out
girl
to everybody though.
A 16-year-old girl might have been able to squeeze through and get out. the way that the stone is placed, it's hard to tell, at least for the two of you, if the stone was pushed in or pulled from the
Hey,
outside.
everybody. I think I found something.
All right. What is it?
There's this rock stopping the barrier from closing all the way. Looks like someone might have used it to get in or just get out or
Like I
vice
said,
versa.
the stone is large enough to create a little gap. The way that it's made, it's sort of like if it was think of the barrier as a very thin water cascade. The way that the rock is placed inside of the barrier creates a little opening under it. Now, usually debris wouldn't cause this, but the color of the stone is sort of a deep black. You don't see anything around that this stone might have been taken out of it as a debris that might have fallen because of explosions or something like this. So it most likely have been placed there. The question is, was it the girls who pushed the stone there and create an opening for them to go out? Or was it an enemy that in the half an hour it took for you to get confirmation managed to push a stone in there and someone got something in? It's most likely one of the two, but you're not sure.
Hey Toby, can you see any tracks on the is the barrier? You see any tracks like on the inside of it? On the inside side of the wall? Through the hole?
I'll check through the hole. Do I see which way footprints are going?
Or what?
Or if there are any footprints?
Yeah, make a survival check.
I will assist.
Nope. 20.
All right. Well, looking at this, it was definitely something small, like a human, wearing a robe. You definitely see knees, the traces of knees scraping. So it's definitely a thin robe figure. The problem is that you know that some illithid also look like thin, slender, robed figure.
Are they going in or out?
That's what's difficult to say, to tell. Could be either.
Could Remy tell if they were going in or out? Because they're like footprints or dust of like scrapes.
I'll be like, I can't tell if this is going in or out or what it is exactly. So,
all right. So
anybody
Remy,
else
you
has
already know you see this, so this can be an investigation for you.
Okie doke. Actually, we might be doing this for a bit, so Raimi might as well activate the power of his lantern for advantage. Well, I like one of these rolls better than the other.
Okay. So what you're saying is that you activate your lantern and you briefly get distracted by the fact that the light shimmers on audience.
Just the right way.
You look back down. So what did you roll?
Which I get a 29.
29. All right. Well, for you, it's slightly easier to tell. You do have a moment where you're looking at this, looking at audience, looking at this, looking at audience, looking at this. You're just looking for your inspiration.
Audience is always an inspiration.
He's a walking inspiration for Remy. You just look at him and he looks deeply lost in thoughts. And then you remember that it's audience. Oh no, he's probably not lost in thoughts. look at this. It takes a moment, but yeah, you think they're coming out. So this was probably the girls leaving. Now, the question is, do you close this or not?
Definitely. We should close this.
Close it.
If we can't find them and we close it, we cut off their way back in.
That is true. So I guess we should try and find them first. But is there a way to send a message or notify that there's, well, no. Because then they'll close it.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess this is a short mission. We'll just check it when we come back and see if they're, I mean, Remy's already seen, like, who's come in and out, so we could probably
yeah,
tell.
but that doesn't mean it doesn't. Like,
All right, Remy?
it is a pretty big risk to leave it open, I think.
All right, so Remy, commit this to your memory. Intelligence roll with advantage because of Kenku things.
So we can see if
Kenku
anything
things.
snapped in.
You said an intelligence roll?
Yeah, with advantage.
16.
All right. You remember it, its location, as well as the 16 does, which is better than the average. It's not perfect, you know. When you start leaving, there is a moment in the area where you start leaving the area, and there's a moment in your mind, is, well, you know, there could still be elements that are going to arrive. You know, am I going to recognize this? The perfect location at night? I mean, you know, you're a Kenku. You remember it with this slight light coming from what's remaining out of the sun outside. But
I
when
would
it's
like
the
to do
dark-
something. Something that will foolproof something.
Okay.
I am going to leave some silk
Okay.
kind of like on the front of it, so if it opens, the silk is moved,
Okay.
or at least broken.
So basically, you leave it in a way that if someone decides
It's at like one
to...
hit point. Yeah. So it decides to move it, it just breaks.
I was going to say something, but I don't want to say it. Not live. So... all right, so that way you're gonna know if someone is brushing on your soul as they're trying to
Yeah.
get back in.
If someone brushes on my soul to get into the town.
Caressing your soul.
Yeah.
And then Tobiyashi has a moment. Well, am I hoping that it's a guard or that it's a girl that's gonna be brushing its behind on this as they're passing by? Because
Okay, the guard is of age, so I think I'd rather have the.
Well, I was asking the question because you are officially Remy's husband, so you've been confirmed that
I
you
mean-
like both.
Yeah, we don't discriminate around here.
Happy Pride Month, everybody.
I did not think about this. All right. So, keep on following the tracks for a little bit of time. Now, they have a little bit of time ahead of you. Oh, meaning definitely you don't catch up with them right now. So, you keep on moving through the different buildings, and initially, audience, you sort of feel a little element of pride in the fact that they seem to have listened to you and not go too far away from the walls. You follow them 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Tobiyashi seems to be a good dog and sniffing out where they went. Then there's the second thought of, yeah, Tobiyashi's doing the tracking, not Remy. Tobiyashi. So, if Tobiyashi can find them, what does that say for the enemy?
I mean, I'm a good tracker. God.
Yeah,
Put
but are you
respect
a
on my
good
name.
tracker in audience's mind?
Jeez.
You got to remember, his perception of reality is not.
100% accurate.
Yeah.
It's relative. All right.
I had to survive on an island, okay? Getting tortured the whole time. I think I could track some people.
Well, to be fair, you were more getting proficiency in avoiding people than tracking people. Now you got to do the opposite. No, you don't have to avoid them. You got to find them.
See, that's what we refer to as counter tracking.
Oh,
I was
no.
like, how would I hide up my own tracks? Okay, now I know.
Tobiashi, for you, it's a bit of a mixed feeling. Because you're doing right now what people did to you. You know, they were
Yeah.
tracking you, and now you're tracking someone from audience's
The-
religion.
The intent and the. What's
Yeah,
gonna
all of a sudden you
happen
see
when catch
bloodlust in
them.
my eyes. I'm just like, oh
Yeah.
my god.
Are you okay, audience? It looks like you have a headache.
No, I'm okay.
It was just the camera. It froze for a moment, and you really looked like someone who wanted to die because you had a headache.
I guess I'm also on my cat. It could be tracking as well.
Okay.
Should be doing that
Oh, it could be.
because it has the sense of smell.
All right.
So that's perception.
Yeah.
That's a 19.
All right. So between you and Tobiashi, you look around, sniffing around, trying to figure things out. And there is this moment where you start feeling less and less proud because the group seems to be moving away from the wall. But they're moving toward a center of this district where there's taller buildings. Probably where you're supposed to be going later on.
They found the mall.
When we start getting away from the wall,
Yep.
I think I'm gonna try to stealth while I'm looking for these. If
Okay.
anybody else wants to, they can. But
What
24.
specifically are you doing?
Wait, what?
Wait, what specifically are you doing?
Oh, once we start getting away from the wall, I'm starting to stealth. But I'm still looking for them. Just not out in the open like everyone else.
I mean, honestly, this might be a situation where to aid in things, like Raimi will use one of the other powers of his lantern to cast Pass Without Trace.
Okay.
That's a +10.
And it gives a +10 to everyone. All right.
So 34.
So the shadows gather around the group, slightly occulting. Ooh, that's a weird pronunciation.
It's just hiding. I think you're looking at obscuring.
Oh no, I know what I was referring to. Never mind.
Occult means something a little different.
No. I'm again, it's one of those weird words that sound similar in French but don't mean exactly the same thing.
Well, yeah, it's sort of sometimes when you say approbation, even though technically it is an English word, we just don't really use it anymore.
Okay. What do you use instead?
Approval.
Okay.
Like I asked for approval.
Okay. I'll do my best to use that instead.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, approbation is still a word. In fact, it might be appropriate for the time period. So,
All right.
This is 1,000 years ago. They used words like approbate.
Ah,
they're just approbating left and right.
that's all they did.
They didn't have anything else to do.
So, like I said, you start moving away from the walls and going to a denser part of the city. And suddenly you become cloaked in shadows. Yeah, sorry. I was
From Pass Without Trace, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's fast.
Just thought I'd double check.
Okay, so we all rolling stealth rolls?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
You guys want to.
I mean, if you want to get ambushed, like we won't take that opportunity away from you.
We'll just counter ambush, I guess.
11, 21,
Counter
That's not
bush.
bad.
6. Alright, I got a 26.
Okay. Fisher?
I got a 25.
Damn.
That Pass Without Trace is pretty good.
All right.
Also, I rolled pretty good.
Remy.
38.
You mean you rolled less than Tobiyashi? You rolled 39? I'm shocked.
15 on the die plus 13 plus 10.
I rolled a 24, so 34. I mean,
I'm shocked. Remy, there's this moment where you look at and what the Tobiyashi's not there? That's usually me.
you might see me.
Actually, wait, what did Togashi roll?
Yeah, no,
I
Raimi beat him.
Yeah, I rolled a 34. Well, so I got 24 plus
Oh, okay.
10, right? So 34. You
I
rolled higher than
heard.
me.
I heard.
I was like,
39.
I was like,
Okay.
think from us, just like, wait, does Togashi have expertise in stealth and didn't say anything?
Yeah, I have proficiency, but I have a plus 8 per stealth too.
Oh no, I said expertise.
Oh,
Which adds
Oh.
even more. All right, so pretty quiet. You know, as always, Fisher's the one that's creating the most noise. And what the heck is that? As
Yeah,
al-
that's the enemies keep saying. What was that?
No, because I don't know where it is. Where this came from. There's a black dot on my finger. The heck? All right.
Oh, it's better than a red dot. If you see a random red dot, duck.
It's okay.
Yeah.
The only window is closed.
That's because they're already inside the house.
Oh,
All right. So I think we're losing ourselves in this. I think we're all tired and we're starting to ramble and lose ourselves in this. All right. It's gonna help focus a little bit. Let's drink.
Right,
Oh,
let me
is
go
this
grab a
drinking
beer.
stream
I'm
now?
kidding. I was gonna say, let me go grab a beer real quick. Give me one, please. No, I'm kidding.
Actually, I'm not even sure if you can really do that on Twitch anymore. So,
I mean, I do it all the time.
oh, I mean, like having like an actual like dedicated drinking stream, like titled and encouraging people to drink along with you.
No, you can't encourage. You could say that like you're drinking. I mean, me and my friends do like, we're playing a game together. Take a shot when we do something wrong, or we're playing like a party game, but never like, oh, give me a sub and I'll take a drink or something like that, or telling other people to drink.
You can always say, "I'll take a shot of water."
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're gonna get as much people subscribing. Well, maybe they will. You know, just to see you get up in a hurry to go to the bathroom. Who knows?
Yeah.
Like, And you could turn around and sell it on Etsy.
All right, so you move on further inside, and stealth check is actually a good idea. As you're moving, you find yourself hearing odd noise inside of the city, as if something calling, not a voice, just an eerie sound. I don't know if I'll be able to do this with my sick voice, but just very faint.
Yeah, just a normal, not at all concerning sound.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I mean, maybe they're just having the most fantastic post-apocalyptic orgy. Like, as all cults are wont to do.
Even in that context, that sound is still concerning.
Yeah, because you're about to enter in the room where you're gonna see 5 illithid in a foursome.
Tentacles throbbing and writhing everywhere.
Oh my god.
Well,
This is how you learn that there are male and female illithid. As you're moving through,
Alright.
yeah.
And what direction's the noise coming from?
Well, that's the problem. It's a bit hard to tell. Since the building are getting taller, there's a lot of echo off of different walls. You think it's coming from the east, but you have to admit that since most of the taller buildings are to the west, it could be echo. But like this, with passive perception, it's probably from the east.
Remy now?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, with passive perception, that's what you get. But if you want to go with an active perception roll,
Hint, hint, wink, wink. Nope.
it's coming from the east.
Because I think Remy could hear
That's
see
south.
sound now or something like that.
Well, I don't think we've had to worry about these things being invisible so far. But
23.
Raimi gets 25.
Yeah, mostly east. Maybe sorry, maybe southeast, but mostly east. But feels like it's moving.
Hey, Raimi, have you ever heard of Occam's razor?
Huh? Is that a history thing or
That's okay. Tobiashi doesn't know. It's all right. It's all.
Hey, we've stated this before.
Yeah, all he knows is living inside a monastery. All right.
I'm not sure actually about the if it seems that it's moving, like does it seem to be moving further away or closer, or if you had to give a general direction?
It's moving closer, but not fast closer. It's not like something that might have identified you and is running in your direction. It's either something that's just wandering about or something scouting about. Difficult to say. Especially since you've never heard that sound before, so you don't know what's making it exactly.
Well, that was actually like Raimi's concern if, for example, they had found something else and were moving in that direction.
No, right now it really feels like it's just roaming around. Not quickly.
Well, let's keep an eye on it and hope we find them before it does.
Yep.
An ear on it, I guess.
You know, who knows what kind of animals they have in this area. I'm sure that Remy was completely baffled and bewildered the first time he heard two fox having sex together. It's what was that?
I mean, people don't even know what one fox says, let alone two.
Well, apparently in England, they know what fox do in that night. And it scares the living hell out of anyone who's not used to it.
I mean, have you ever been in a neighborhood with many, many feral cats?
Oh no, apparently it's far worse than this. They do say that when you live in London or in the area of London, and you're new to you're someone that moved from outside of the of England, they will get report. The police will be called because people will say that they've heard someone being killed in the street behind where they live. That's how two fox doing it sounds. Like someone being eviscerated.
Wonderful.
I mean, I guess I can't really judge too hard, though. Like, the first time that I spent any significant amount of time in a larger city than my small town, I mistook these sounds of like firecrackers being set off like on campus with gunshots. So
Okay. So yeah. So for now, you just hear that little noise. It seems to be roaming about, moving up, moving down, closer, further. You're still able to track them, although they seem to have gotten inside of a building. Building looks mostly deserted, but as you're getting closer to central area, you start noticing things that have been left behind. Probably family that evacuated this building and tried to go to a less busy part of the city, but you start noticing these small things. You see a little doll in the street. You see this abandoned cart over there. That's definitely something. The cart broke and the family left everything they had there. It kept on going. At least you hope that's what happened. As you keep on walking through the street, being very careful. Your stealth roll helps a lot. Do not draw attention. You even have that moment, Remy, where you feel it feels like a little bit of revenge when you find yourself surprising a cat that's just walking through the street. The cat just looks at you, start running. Yes. But a few moments after this happens, you turn the street and you find yourself in front of a group of two illithid. They did not notice you. That they're just looking around. One of them peeks inside of a house. You hear them exchanging something in a different language that you do not recognize.
They're speaking verbally?
You're not sure. You don't
Okay.
recognize. They're emitting sounds.
Okay.
It could be a language, but it could also be something else.
I guess I'll activate my mask.
They
It takes a minute, so
they probably move off by the time the mask activates.
I'll have it for later, I guess. I've had my mask on. Well, I haven't had it on, but I've had it like it's attuned, so.
So, take out the mask just to make sure you can understand what they're saying. They move off, and you see them looking through buildings inside of houses. On one house, you see nearly at the end of what you can see, because right now, night has fallen. So it's starting to get difficult to see things. There's still light from the walls that is helping a little bit. It's reflecting off some of the building. But inside of the streets, it's getting harder and harder to navigate. You've been doing this for maybe 45 minutes. You think between 45 minutes and an hour of skulking through buildings, trying to find them. You feel like you're getting closer to them, but they still have a few minutes in front of you, you think.
Them being the
The human girls that you're looking for.
okay, not okay.
The illithid, like I said, or like I was saying, they're moving through the streets, looking through buildings. One of them, they stop at that building, and you see one grab something inside of their belt and push it on the wall. It leaves a big purple mark. If you'd had to guess, it's some sort of sponge-like material with some sort of ink inside. So you're not sure exactly what it means, but it's some sort of mark that they've left. Either for the building or the wall, you're not sure. And they move off. Well, they only make a few steps, and then you hear that sound again. That weird. You see them both looking in a direction, which you confirm, you think it's coming from that direction. They look at one another. They keep moving. Not in the direction of the animal, or creature, or person. Just keep moving. They don't look worried, but their reaction would betray that they do not know what it is.
Okay. Interesting.
Well, keep tracking, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
Unless we want to try and sneak attack these two guys.
We're gonna try to sneak. I don't know. Can we take two illithids out in a turn?
That's what I was. Yeah.
Rainy minor illusions, a bucket underneath a dripping faucet.
I think I know what he
Scissor just
means, but
stares at him.
interesting way of saying it.
No, I don't have any water
Oh.
on me. Let's keep looking.
They're just like a drop.
Yeah.
Raimi points at his beak.
What? Oh,
Means you got it.
I'm confused.
Remember, Raimi doesn't have a nose.
It's like nose goes. Yeah, no, let's keep going.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, according to the dice, you turn a corner and Remy.
3 elephants.
Remy, it's probably you, the first one who realizes there's something in this street, and probably not exactly what you wanted to find, because you turn the street and you move forward and your eyes are drawn to this little mark on the ground. You'd have to say that this feels like someone who is limping. The reason why you can identify this, even though it's on stones, is because there's blood. But the way that the blood falls on the ground, it would be consistent with someone limping as they are walking. It's human blood. It's not a huge quantity. The wound is not fatal, but it is blood.
Would it be determinable to figure out how old it is?
Yeah, investigation. Although it's blood, let's go with nature.
If I taste it, can I tell if it's
medicine
infected?
would work. If you want, medicine would work really well.
Are you a medicine guy, Remy?
Not so bad. With if I'm using medicine, then that'd be a 15.
15. It hasn't.
Can I help?
Yes, of course you can help.
You want to roll or let me roll one?
Well, do you have
Medicine
medicine?
might be better.
I have a +8 in medicine. I'm proficient.
Okay, so you
in it.
do have proficiency.
Yeah.
All right, then you can roll.
Yeah, he's the official group bandager since Georg left.
26.
Oh, I couldn't remember if he had proficiency or not, so that was just.
Yeah, proficiency, insight, medicine, stealth. 26.
All right. Well, you look at this and say, all right, the blood hasn't coagulated yet. It's just barely starting to lose its viscosity. Or
Now, if I taste it, can I see if it's infected?
you see Tobiashi bending over and licking the ground. And you're just, why didn't you just pick some in your hand? No, never mind. Well, you lick it, and there's this strange taste in it. You think she might be diabetic and maybe
Oh,
pregnant.
that's not good.
You're not sure.
Whoa. Okay, that's not good. Anyways.
No, not infected.
sweet.
Actual pregnant.
Not infected. Yeah. A different kind of parasite. Okay.
No,
I'm like-
but, there's no real way of determining this, especially since if she had been infected, it would have been very recent.
Yeah.
But you can determine it is within the last few minutes.
Yeah, I explained this. I'm like, not too long ago. They're pregnant and diabetic.
Well, I'm not sure you
And
would be able to detect pregnant, but diabetic, maybe.
her blood sugar level's kind of low.
Oh no, that's
Um,
sorry. That's not in the blood that you detect this. It's urine. Oh, well, never mind.
Well, I say it anyways.
Oh.
Not too long ago. We should hurry though.
And with the way Tobiashi
All right, let's
explains things, I want to hear someone say, "What are you saying that she's pregnant with a diabetic baby?"
She's infected, but by another human.
So,
All right, let's get moving.
Well, actually, given the conditions of how they're living, it's like they could probably accidentally show signs of, like diabetes by virtue of being undernourished. But
yeah, no. Once the body gets damaged, it's all right. So, using this, you keep following the trail of blood. Your stealth roll really helps you to avoid anything because, yeah.
As we're moving, I'd like to cover up the blood.
Okay.
I'm absorbing it through my feet.
Fucking.
You just see Tobiashi walking over it, like a kid trying
just
to create a
disappears.
static charge in his socks. He just goes like this. All right. That's an interesting way of doing things.
I don't want anybody else to find it, especially an enemy.
So,
sure, that's why you did it.
absolutely. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So, with these rolls that I've got in front of me, you keep on tracking the blood for a little while. 1 minute, 2 minutes, turn a corner. Then you see the blood ending near a wall, and there's a window that's open in a strange way, right above where it ends. Just as you're about to enter this little alleyway where the window is, your stealth roll, fortunately, because the lowest one was Fisher with 24 and
25.
25. It's okay. It still works. If 24 worked, 25 still works.
I gotta brag about when I roll good.
Okay.
That's
Doesn't
true.
have very-
That's okay. So, yeah. Just as you're turning, you see this odd creature walking. You want to say walking, but honestly, there is a moment where is it walking or dragging itself? It's an odd mix. 2 limbs. The behind of the creature looks very long and fat. It's sort of like the front of... you want to say a rat, but the behind makes you think more of a beaver. Except with the hind legs are so small, you're not sure if it's just dragging its body on the ground or if the hind's leg actually do something and actually provide some sort of movement capability.
It's a platypus.
But that's what seems to be making the sound, because the moment you enter the street, you hear that
You said the elephant didn't seem to recognize the sound?
No. No, the way that they sort of reacted as if they were surprised. And you recognize the physiology of 2 person. You know what that is? I don't know. Okay, never mind.
Hmm.
You didn't hear anything, but it's the passive insight of what you saw felt a bit like this when you were looking at them. The creature looks honestly completely lost. As if, now that you see it, as if calling out to, you're not sure what, who, why.
So we probably just avoid it then.
All right, throw Remy through the window.
Like, just don't get involved. I'm pretty sure we can all just sneak through the window. Keep finding.
All right.
Our goal is to find the girls. I don't think we have time to deal with the confused rat monster.
It's a rat beaver
Platypus monster.
I feel,
Rat beaver monster.
I feel like we're in Avatar. It's a rat beaver.
Yeah, it can go about its rat beaver way.
I personally name it Beaver Rat because it's the two names run together. But...
It's a reaver. Sorry.
No, you.
All
Oh, that's something completely different.
Something there.
I would also, yeah, I think Beaver Rat is better.
I want to know. I want to have this group of people looking through the city and just watching this inside of their protected area from with magic, saying, "It's a rat beaver." No, I think it should be a beaver rat. Yeah, I agree with that. It's beaver rat.
An audience like, let's go find the.
Let's
go find my
the girls.
Let's go find the girls before they all kill themselves.
No,
Now you
get
care.
themselves
That's
killed.
good.
Yes, I care now that there's a way to save them.
Okay.
All right. So you leave that poor creature to its fate. Go inside of the alley. Go to the window. So, do you open the window completely, or do you just jump in without looking, or do you?
I assume we stealth through the window. Continuing our stealth.
Well, I was gonna say, do you want to dance? No, okay. All right. Well, since you have to do something new, let's see. Let's see that stealth roll as you're trying to get inside.
Okay. Oh, wait, that's not stealth.
Kobayashi.
That is still a 26. Exact same roll.
Oh,
Exact same roll.
also a 26.
Damn.
Not having disadvantage helps.
Just a 30 this time.
Just a third. Okay.
I actually also only rolled a 30.
Damn, guys. Just
7 on the
slacking.
die.
Whoa,
Slack
whoa,
it outta
guys,
here.
we're still better.
So
than
disappointed in all of you. Phew.
You. 5. No,
Technically, our lowest roll is now actually higher. Our stealth increased.
Yeah. You know, when you think about this that way, the average peasant cannot roll higher than 20. So,
Magic will do that for you.
does Remy actually not see me this time, or do me and Remy only see each other and we're like, oh,
well,
I
since
think we all see each other because we're all inside the cloud.
yeah.
oh yeah.
Uh,
So
Remember,
very-
part of stealth is like cover. You have to be able to hide in the first place.
yeah.
Bro.
I think we're all hiding while like doing
Well,
the like,
it's less
parade.
hiding and more we are just muting our sound, like the sound we are making as we are entering through this window. I think
Yeah.
that is the check we
Yeah.
are making.
We opened the window so silent.
Well, you let Remy in first, so that helps a lot. Windows open. He doesn't make any sound, goes inside, signal audience goes inside. Tobiashi and Fisher looks at one another, and they both try to go inside. Neither of them wanted to be the last one. But
I
Does
wrap
my
up.
cat fit through the window, or is it too small for my cat? I was riding my cat.
I want to say that the window is too small for the cat. You probably have that moment where you all enter inside and then you turn around and you want to signal your cat.
Have you seen cats squeeze through really narrow spaces though?
Yeah, is the window big enough for its head? Because if its head could fit, I'm pretty sure the cat.
If
can
a
fit.
cat's head can fit, the cat can fit. Because cats can squeeze their body.
Well, if you follow that line of thought, then in that case, audience, you turn around and you want to tell your cat to go inside, and you see this weird, slightly awkward cat the size of a horse trying to step up high enough to get its front leg through the window, and then you recognize that look of a cat that's slightly stuck in a cat door, just
I'm
looking
gonna
at you
yank
for a
it.
moment, and then you recognize that the hind legs are just trying to push on nothing, trying to grab the side of the ledge of the
I'll just give it a yank. I'll do the thing where I wrap around its chest and yank it through.
as you.
Is that a strength roll? Athletics roll?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Sure.
Maybe
That's
sits down for the show.
That's a 15 to yank my cat through the window.
You yank your cat inside. This moment, you hear you hear your cat in your mind, just going, "Oh, watch out! That's gonna hurt." Ah, you're pulling. Ah! Oh, okay, that's good. Oh, I'm so sorry. I think I ripped your shirt.
It's okay. It happens.
The door is just right
I'm
next
sure
to
if
the
we
window.
find the priestesses, they'll appreciate it.
Yeah, we're just doing this, and the door is just right there.
Completely opened.
Alright. Does the blood trail continue, or do we find the source of the blood?
Well, once you're inside, you see that most of this place has been abandoned in a very hurry. But judging from what you saw from the outside, the blood goes inside of a room that you do not think has windows. So you're pretty sure that if they're alive, they're in the next room.
Alright.
Normally, you would probably would sit and they're preparing to fire at whatever's coming, but damn, 26 stealth for the loudest one of your group. So you probably have that moment when you're all looking at one another.
I still don't find my pendant.
Audience would walk through first, because he will say there's probably the highest likelihood that in a reaction they wouldn't fire at him.
Yeah. Good.
Oh, but I could catch
Fine.
the arrow. Never mind.
So
If they see us and they see its audience, he's probably the one that they're least likely to fire out of.
oh, I really like it when the dice follow everything that's there. So I rolled on the dice here, all three dice, 17, 9, and 17. So 17 first is them realizing that you're entering the room. So there is this moment because of the door, because of how it opens. They see you, and they have that moment of, they're prepared to defend themselves. And then 9. So that's a really poor reaction, and I'm going with all three of you see you nearly bare chest because your shirt has been completely ripped off. And they just go, while looking at you for a brief moment. And then the last with
Instantly shoot silk
17,
around their face.
the last with 17, with the brilliance of everyone arriving, one of them just goes, "It's our leader."
I'd like to cover their eyes with my silk.
Alright.
He must
Are they
maintain
all
what
are
you're-
they all alive or not all alive?
They're all alive, but one has a wound. Something pierced
Okay.
the leg. And
Well,
it-
first thing I'm gonna do with that is I'm gonna go up to her. I'm gonna be like, hold still for a second. I want to use at least 5 points of lay on hands to make sure she's not infected.
so I was. I'm so sorry for people who might be watching and feel sensitive about this, because just as audience said is, what I was gonna say is, her thigh has been pierced side to side, and audience just says, I'm gonna go use lay on hands to heal her. So you see audience grab the
I don't think you have to touch. I don't. It's just
do.
you can touch
That's
anywhere. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah.
lay on hands.
It is a touch effect.
Yeah, it's a touch effect, but I'm pretty sure I can like put my hand on her shoulder and heal it. I don't have to put my
Forehead.
hand on her leg. Yeah.
Okay. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
How hurt does she look?
Well,
Like,
she's
'cause I could use more than
she's
5.
bleeding, so you know that she is below 50% hit point.
Okay, I don't know what these people's HP is. So,
You know that their average level is 5, and they're priests or rogues, so it's D8.
I'll give a nice. I'll give half of it. I'll save half. I'll give 25. I don't want her to die.
Okay.
I'll heal her for 25.
Okay.
That should definitely at least stabilize or get her back above 50.
Oh yeah. You get a,
That'll-
you give her 25, and you get a feeling. Oh, that probably would have been enough 20. So
Wow.
you see the
5
wound
extra.
completely heal. Patches it.
Any eggs pop out, or was she good?
So she's not having a baby anymore now.
Okay, well, apparently it's probably a mixed emotional reaction, especially from Remy's side, when the audience touches her and the light goes into her, and immediately she turns and and you see that little thing on the ground just going.
I pick it up.
Toby, leave it. Or kill
I
it.
already have 4 of them.
You don't know where it has been. Well, you know where it's coming from. Anyway.
Alright. Alright, ladies. I'm here to get you guys back to the city. Nice job scouting. I decided it's better just to stay positive, but I'm here to get you guys back.
Dumbasses.
How dare you speak to my priestesses that way?
Yada yada yada. Let's get back home.
Yada yada.
Yada.
Join us in our stealth cloud. I don't know.
One of them is about to say something out loud, and then immediately you get another girl that just puts her hand above her
Yeah.
over her mouth. Shut up! Didn't you learn
I want them to
anything?
walk.
The third one just still looking at her legs. Wow, I didn't know that this was so efficient.
Oh, the dragon has blessed you. All right, we'll debrief you guys when we get back. Let's head on back.
Remy, your passive perception detects a very potent jealousy coming from one of the girls looking at the one who was injured when the audience says you were blessed by the dragon. You have this brief thought in your mind, oh no, is she gonna get injured again?
Like, oh, but my lord, it's like I've been hurt too.
Quickly stabs herself in the leg. See?
I've been hurt emotionally. Touch my heart.
All right.
Alright. And for just for in case we have female audience, don't worry. I'm not just doing this for the fun of putting groupie girls around the audience. There's actually something. There's a reason why this is happening. I just can't say it right now because I want audience to be surprised when he figures it out. So
I'm deeply worried.
all right, so
Come on,
As
let's
you
go.
should be.
Yeah, well, it's okay. We rescued them. Let's
Yeah.
get them back to the city and
all right.
avoid the rat thing.
Yeah. The
Platypus.
Rat King?
Unless
The
the
rat
rat
king.
unless the rat thing's actually our ally. Because the illithid, I don't know. That's a
Right,
separate
don't
thing.
judge based on looks just because it
Yeah.
looks like a gross, disgusting monster doesn't
Maybe
mean
it's maybe it's friends. Since the illithid seemed surprised.
Although, if it has an exterior pulsing brain, run.
All right,
All right.
follow us. Try and stay close. We have stealth magic going that should help you.
When you say this, you see them. You've seen something as drastic as this before. It's called putting a magnet next to metal. You see them all. It feels like they're just sticking to your cat. Just going.
Okay, you know what? Actually, that's a good idea. Why don't you guys? Well, actually, we'll wait till after the window. But I'm gonna put as many of you as I can on the cat.
Well, can we go
Like,
to
maybe
the
don't
front door?
afterward.
Yeah.
We could open the door now.
Well, let's scout out the window first, since if it that way looks safe, we can just all go out the window again, since the window's now open.
Someone please make a perception roll.
Remy, go check the window and see if there's anything in the street that we need to be worried about.
While he does that, I look for my pendant one more time. It's a 15 again.
All right, Remy.
Pokes head out the window for 27.
All right. Oh, okay. You have that moment where you go to the window, you look at everyone, you look outside, and you put your ear to the window.
The window's now open, isn't it? Because we never shut it.
There's no blood trail going in though, so
Okay,
that's
well,
good.
in that case, I'm just going to change the way that I describe it because it doesn't change the rolls. So you're all near the window. One of you is below the window. Two of you are on each side. There are the girls there who are just rubbing themselves on your cat because fur that feels nice.
Mm-hmm.
There's at least you think you want to say it's because of that and not because this is where you sit normally and they idolize you. There's Fisher on the side, and there's Remy there, and you have that moment, Remy, where you put your ear on the side of the wall just to see if you can hear anything, and just as you're about to poke your head, you take your head back. You look at audience. And I feel like you probably make an image of yourself doing this. In front of the mirror. I don't know. I feel... What you're getting is that you just did this, and thank God to the fact that you all did such a good stealth roll to get in. And then I rolled the stealth roll for the 3 NPCs with you. And you have this moment of, there's someone on the other side doing the exact same thing as I'm doing right now.
Okay, so maybe we don't want to go out the window. Let's go
What is it?
check the door that probably exists in this place and see if it's a safer way out. Oh wait, does it seem like one person or multiple things?
Well, what Remy can tell easily is that there's someone rubbing themselves on the side of the wall trying to listen inside of this building.
Right. I'm just gonna assume it's someone not good, since everything we know that was good is in our party right now. So I'm gonna just kind of be like, look at Remy and be like, all right, let's back it up and go try and find a different exit. Because I don't want to
All right.
deal with, even if we can defeat the thing that's listening in, I don't want it to like make a call out and then we have to do a whole little chase back to the city.
All right, yeah. All right, so you move away from that wall slowly. Now there are two doors outside of this building. There's one that leads in front where the street would be. And you get the feeling that the other one probably was intentionally put there to give easy access to the equivalent of an outhouse. But it does go outside. It's just a much slimmer door.
Let's check the one that doesn't lead to the main street, especially if there are things listening in and they might be covering the obvious entrances.
Okay. So, who wants to take a peek outside of that door? Perception roll for that person.
I assume it's the person who does all of that for us.
No, I just want to ask, just in case. Who knows? Maybe Fisher wants to give it a try.
I mean, we both rolled the same stealth. I could do it, but no.
It would be hilarious if Fisher is just like, yeah,
I'm
want
ready.
to take a shot.
I'm preparing for if a peep comes out of their mouth, I'm wrapping their mouth up.
I think the girls know to be quiet. I hope they know to be quiet.
The die rolls are
They do
escalating,
have
so I'm
levels,
worried.
so they're at least mildly competent.
They are level 5. That is true. They are mildly
But they're
competent.
following odd. I'm kidding.
Exactly. So they're even more than mildly competent. They're extremely competent.
Anyways,
And they're being guided by a powerful god. Just look at audience. There's light shining on his head right now. Remy, what did you roll?
It's 29.
29. So, take a moment. Slightly push the door open. Just look outside. You probably have that confirmation of what was right next to the window as you're watching this, because you see those 5 figure walking by one after the other as you just open the door and just look at it. Okay. There were at least 4. I don't know what the 5th one was. That was a weird shape, but there were at least 4 illithid scouting the other side of the building.
Alright. Well, it sounds like we should get out before they scout this side. Let's go.
glad I got rid of the blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good call. They probably would have came in the window. That might have been awkward.
No, I'm taking everything into account. You're doing a good job. You're avoiding major combat.
Alright. I'll kind of beckon. I'll look towards Remy. We good? Give a thumbs up. We good?
I think waiting for the appropriate timing and gives a thumbs up and the finger guns.
Okay. Audience will restate just to make sure, because he also feels like they'll definitely listen to him. He'll look at all the girls before they go out and he'll be like, remember, no noise. No matter what. No noise. And then we'll go out. And once we're out the door, he'll try and put some of the girls on his cat so that if there needs to be a quick escape, they can at least get out while, we cover them.
Okay. All right.
Is my silk still intact?
Yeah. You think it is? You haven't felt anything brush on it? You haven't felt anything tear it? Now I think Remy knows what I was was thinking about when Tobiyashi said he put a piece of silk in front of that. I see it in his eyes. So.
I certainly hope it's not torn.
So.
If it was torn, I would have felt it.
Let's finish this before these comments get any weirder. So, you push forward, you get out. You're all going back into the city itself, so stealth roll for everyone.
Okay.
Let's go back to the whole thing.
Oh, I should. How many girls can I put on top of my cat?
That was a sentence
Two or
that was
three.
said.
2 or 3.
2 or 3. I definitely agree with that.
Because it just means that I can overwrite 2 or 3 of their stealth rolls with my cat stealth roll, which will probably be better.
Okay. I'd say 2.
Okay.
All right, so
Then let me make those 2 separate stealth rolls. So now for me, I'm rolling here.
Oh, 35.
Okay, and then for the girls, I'm rolling. Okay, well the girls are
Sorry, guys.
the girls are set. The girls are 22 plus 32. So the 2 girls on the cat plus my cat is like 32.
okay.
So they're set. I'm only a 23.
Okay.
Need to let everybody. I got a 19.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
The girl got the same as you. The third one. Tobiyashi
I got a 35.
and Remy.
Only a 33.
So 19s,
Hey.
19s are lowest, which isn't. That's not bad still.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to assist with stealth?
Really? Because generally you're also making the check.
Yeah.
To assist, you'd probably have to be distracting someone on the side. You know, you're sort of going, hey, watch me! And now you're assisting Fisher by doing this.
Like group stealth checks, everybody's generally rolling their own stealths. It's like because I don't say it really depends there. But if somebody is like helping with a stealth check, it's usually for something like, carefully opening and closing a door or window quietly, or just like literally offering an extra hand.
Actually, I do have a question because because this would be, is there a way? Maybe I couldn't, but is there a way for Remy to perceive who's being the least stealthy? Because what I'm saying is, I guess it doesn't matter because we already have a 19. But I guess what I was going to say is, would there have been a way for all the girls to roll their stealth roll, and then if Remy could have perceived who were being the least stealthy, to stick the 2 least stealthy girls on the cat?
Well, yes and no. I feel like if you did this, your cat would have to re-roll.
My cat would have to. Okay, I mean, it's fine. I was just wondering.
But they themselves, they do have at least a little bit of judgment, and they actually want to survive. So they chose the stealthiest of the 3 to not go on the cat.
Not do it. That makes sense. Okay. Listen, I've just been playing too much Magic the Gathering recently, where orders of operation matters a lot. So I'm checking.
It's okay. All right. So.
Crap, do you multiply first, or?
Yeah, dude, can we, what's the order here? Can I cast this as an instant or a sorcery?
All right. So, start moving inside the city once again, making your way. Now this time it's quicker to get back because you actually know where you're going and what you're doing. Moving through one alley, going through another. The first one, that's actually a very close call because just as you're turning one street, you see this solitary slob looking, just going. It's barely 5 steps in front of you, but the barrier of cloud, of darkness surrounding you, actually is making him not notice you. An 18 had to be beaten for him. You just barely made that one.
Someone has to grab audience as he goes to assassinate him. You're like, no. We don't need to do that.
You have your follower actually going, didn't you say we need to be quiet?
Yeah. I know.
Because it's my time.
Audience is doing like, you saw him pull out his greatsword but try and turn it like a dagger, and you're just like, nope. It's not happening.
Divine sneak attack.
You're like, no.
It's a critical sneak divine
Also, when
attack.
audience saw one of them, he was like, ooh, we can take it out in a surprise round. And you're like, it's not worth it. Okay, fine.
Alright. You keep on moving, you wait for it to just move away, and keep on moving forward. Probably the next one is one that is slightly tempting, but also slightly horrifying to see. Fortunately, it is far off, because you have this brief moment where, following the path to avoid being detected, you have to go near the main street of this place where there probably used to be merchants. Now it's completely deserted. You're just one street away, and as you're moving through the buildings, you look outward and you see this beholder floating. Stopping for a moment.
I wouldn't say tempting. I'd say just like, just want to avoid.
Turning in away from all of you. Turning in your direction. Sliding to the side, looking in your direction. And then keep on moving.
Yeah, I don't.
I wonder what those taste like.
Hopefully, Toby, we don't find out. Don't feel.
Maybe back
like
in the real world.
I don't feel like fighting one of those things when I have very few spell slots and like half my health left.
Oh yeah. I
And
forgot.
in the thick of where they are, of the invasion, where all of their save, their hit ratio, and hit points have been maximized.
Yeah, I'm good. Like,
Alright,
if we need to fight that as a final boss when we're all full, fine. But like, let's leave it at for a later date. Let's not do it as we're trying to make our way back at half health.
All right.
Alright, so you keep on moving through the debris. See it disappearing in the distance. That was close. And slightly eerie, horrifying. Especially since you remember everything you've ever been told about beholders, about people being disintegrated by them just by looking at you.
Well, also because we know we have to come back. Literally tomorrow.
So, keep on moving, and you start seeing the wall getting closer and closer. Now night has completely fallen, but fortunately there are some braziers that are placed at top of the wall that helps you see the definition of the wall, know where it is.
Now, should we go back through the hole or should we go back through the gate?
Let's go through the hole. So the guard knows that he's dumb.
I mean, it would more be so we could check the hole, but I was more saying, should we
go
just bring
back
the
to
girls?
the hole to check it?
Yeah, but my question is, I was gonna check the hole. More my question is, should we get the girls inside the city first and then check the hole in case there is something there, or should we?
I guess it
Check the
depends. Is the gate, is the hole on the way to the main gate, or
Yes.
is it like past the main gate from where we
I think
are?
it was on the. I think it was closer. I think the hole is
Yeah.
closer.
It was on the way.
Assuming it's closer, yeah. I
guess
we
if it's
might as well
closer, we
just
might
go
as
to
well check the hole.
Yeah.
We might as well check the hole. Yeah.
Make your way to where the hole was.
I'm gonna actually hold up the girls real quick, and try and have Remy check it out first before we get too close.
Okay. So,
I'll just also
The silk is
ask
still
one
intact, right?
very quietly. Did you guys use a little hole in the wall over here? Is that how you guys got out?
one of them says, "Well, that was the idea. We've heard that there was this small breach inside of the wall in one point. The wall itself, that's okay, but the barrier just covered it. But then I remember what my grandmother used to say about magic and the black stones. So I've tried and find a lot of black stones. I knew it would come in handy at one point."
So basically, what I'm hearing is you created a breach in the magical barrier surrounding the city.
Well, it's too small. Hey, it's not dangerous for anyone. Have you seen what those things look like? And that thing that we just saw over there, they can't get through.
You are correct, but okay, it's fine. I'm gonna use a divine sense to see if I detect anything.
I'm gonna take this black stone with us now.
Just give us a second before we go back through.
So your divine sense, does it go through buildings? Does it go around corner?
It would go through a gap if there was a gap. So like it would go through the hole, but it wouldn't like so we'd have to be like where like it could go through the gap, but it would go because it's within 60 feet, but it wouldn't go
But not behind cover.
not behind like so if there was something on the other side of the wall already behind cover, it would not check that. But if there was something like within the hole or within like a straight line of the hole, like we would know that I would know that it was there.
Okay.
If you can draw a straight line from audience to the source, without being obstructed, you're good.
Yeah.
All right. So, as you're nearly there, you take a moment, extend your divine sense, and oh, god damn it, you're not sure what that was, but you have a brief moment where you felt something so vile, but it blinked out. It
God damn it.
goes back.
Wait, so my silk didn't break?
It goes back to
That's
being
ass.
so much smaller. There's something evil nearby, but
Like in the gap of the hole or in like
no, it's nearby, very nearby. You get the feeling that it's not seeing all of you because you got so good stealth right now. It's near one of the buildings near you. Honestly, it feels like maybe it's looking right in your direction, or maybe it's just facing away.
Let's get in there.
But there's someone evil nearby. but there was this brief moment where it was immense, but then it disappeared, and you could feel a smaller evil. Now, looking through things you might know, you felt a presence, meaning that something pushed itself into reality for a brief moment.
Is there a fucking avatar like near us? I don't want to deal with that.
So it was like a really strong feeling, and then there's
Yeah,
a leftover
well, I'll tell the group.
smaller feeling.
I'll tell the group what I felt, and I'll say the only thing I could think of that's similar to that would be like an avatar or something that can, like, an avatar can push through, but it didn't seem to notice us. But we need to be.
Maybe something was communicating with something,
Yeah,
and then the thing,
went away.
yeah.
Oh,
We should get the girl.
one of the girls says, oh, I know something about this. I've heard it. There are some of those illithid that can communicate by using just a little bit of magic. They open a slight tear in reality, and they communicate with a creature where they're from. What was it called? One of them, I don't know. The third one is. Are you talking about the large,
little creature?
flailing? Yeah, the flailing thing. I don't know. It feels. It's finished with a T. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's the.
T.
An aberrant?
No, that's
No,
the type
what
of
is it?
creature.
Aboleth?
Yeah, that's it.
Fuck.
Nope, don't want to deal with that.
Okay, send the girls in. We need to.
Well, we need to stick by the girls so their stealth stays high. It didn't notice us.
Yeah.
We'll send them to the
I do
hole.
think, in fairness, like I think they did say that there was an aboleth involved. Like the last time we were here.
Yeah,
Did they? Okay.
but that does also mean that it's not like actually here right now.
No.
It just was
No,
communicating with
it's
that.
being
But it does
yeah.
mean
If it was,
that an
we'd be fucked.
extremely intelligent being is coordinating this attack.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, let's keep going through the hole. It didn't seem to notice us. Just be careful. There is one of them nearby, but it didn't seem to notice us. Let's move through the hole quietly.
I'm gonna go last so that I could push the rock away from the shield.
Well, actually, the
Yeah,
audience
so we can
looks
remove
pretty thick looking at the hole. Okay, well, I think just getting him through that thing is gonna push the rock out.
I assume my cat is just not getting through that, so I'm gonna probably have to desummon
Well,
it.
my question is, can I break the rock with my glove like I did to that one rock,
Oh,
or is this rock
you know what?
not?
Well,
You know what's smart?
yeah,
Go ahead. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do after.
well, breaking a rock with this kind of punch, yeah, sure, you could do it if you want to alarm everyone within a few hundred feet. It's not a stealthy thing. But yeah, it's probably possible. A loud thunder punch.
Damn. Nah, I wouldn't.
What I will say is, since we're right next to the hole anyway, and my cat won't fit through, what I'm gonna have it do is I'm gonna have it, since I know there's one thing nearby, I'm gonna have it go a little ways away, like from us, and then make some noise so that the thing moves towards it so we can get everyone through the hole.
Okay.
A
then I'll
classic
desummon
audience
it.
use move. Using the mount as a distraction.
I was gonna desummon it after it makes the distraction. I won't have it die.
That is better.
Audience
I just want it to go. I'll just tell it, I want you to go make noise, like, couple alleys over, so that whatever is here watching or nearby moves that way, and then I only sensed one thing, so I think we'll be able to get through the hole if you can get that thing to go away.
You hear him in your mind saying, I was afraid you're going to say that.
You'll be fine. I'll desummon you once you make your distraction.
Right.
He's killed your kid so many times.
Toby, shut up.
I couldn't hear it, so I wouldn't have said it.
Like, this is a private Discord chat.
Toby, he does not
I
need
just
to know
pop
about.
into the car really quick.
He does not need to know about Magna's sins. He will never know about Magna.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because Magna would probably just said, not again.
He need not know about the frequency of the Magna oops.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, he looks at you, you see him just going. Alright. Sprinting through open air. It's like he just has this moment of it's like the tall trees with the creatures looking at you. Imagine the two eyes coming from the darkness. And then you have this moment of, hey, that sounds a lot like the handkerchief of murderous intention. So that's what he means. Alright.
Is this the origin of the handkerchief of murderous intent? It's just him from the.
No,
Tasted all
apparently the
hilarious.
two eyes exist also in the Feywild.
Oh, in the Feywild. So I'm hearing if we ever go to the nature realm to go get Jorg,
You might have to face that stare again.
it might come for us.
Who knows? Alright. Here goes nothing. Alright, so make a. We're gonna go with. Well, it's athletic running, so strength for Magna. Not Magna,
Okay.
again.
Okay. That's not that plus. So I'm just gonna do nat 20 and then add from that. Okay, that's a 22.
Okay. Okay. Then a dexterity roll.
Not very dexterous.
Okay.
That's a nat 1 on dexterity.
Oof. Alright, so he's going to be clumsy, but he's going to pick up speed at an incredible pace.
Oh, that's what we wanted. We want him to make a lot of noise, so maybe clumsy isn't bad.
So you see him just starts running and running and running straight forward. And then he tries to turn to take a very tight alley and slams on a wall. You hear crates, at least you think it's crates, just crushing and blowing up in every direction. You're not sure. You have this moment of, oh, that sounds like it hurts so much. But you feel he's still there and he's running in another
Alright,
direction.
I'll say, well, I'm not sure that was intentional, but I'm guaranteeing you if there's something here, it's going to go check that out, because that was not silence.
Alright.
So let's go through the hole in the window we have.
Ooh, okay. What's his AC exactly?
Low, like 13.
Okay. Alright, so you start getting people inside, so who goes in first?
We're sending in the girls first.
Setting in the girls first. Alright, so first the girls goes in the moment that you hear things moving off around, and Remy, your passive perception so it says, hey, someone's running near us. They're running away. I don't know what that was, but that felt like someone running. So you have your confirmation. Obstacle has been removed. Girls go in. 1 girl, 2 girl, 3 girls. Yay! Then your order.
Fisher probably first. I
Okay.
don't know. I don't think our order matters too much.
Fisher, audience, Toby, Raimi.
Yeah, just our stealthiest last and the one who can yeah.
Okay. You start going inside, and audience, you feel the psychic rush of your mount being injured. It got surprised as it's turning a corner, and you just feel that tear inside of his muscle. It's
All right, I'll
15
desummon
points.
him.
15 points of damage was taken.
I'll desummon him when that happens.
All right. So
I don't want him to die.
he desummons. That's good because the third roll was a natural 20. He would have been obliterated. So
He just desummons as he sees the death strike coming for him.
basically, it's probably something like he got injured and you feel it, and just as he sees the world summoning, fading away, he sees that projectile from a ballista going. Oh, thank God!
We hear a loud explosion.
It lights up the skies, making it easy for you to go inside the hole. And Tobiashi, you're the last one out. You see that go inside, and you see, because of the flash, creatures creeping in from the alleys, from anywhere else. There is this brief moment where you say, "Okay, we officially not outlive. Why can I? Yeah,
Outstayed.
exactly. Thank you very much. I'll give you 1 gold at one point.
I got you. Hell yeah.
What gold? Let's go. Wait, it's the ye old gold, right? That's what matters.
It's the gold that's worth 360 gold. All right.
Hey, Princess, can you send me some gold so I could make sure audience's cult doesn't get too large? You kind of stole.
I did ask if I was like, we should probably get some coins before we leave.
Audience, you don't deserve any coins. Get out of here.
There would have been at least plenty of time, today, if we didn't have to go and recover some teenage girls who.
But think about all the information they can give us.
Oh yeah, all that info.
I feel like someone's talking right now.
Test to interrogation. It was really scary. Like one of them had tentacles on their face.
All right.
And then there's the
Hey, we
beaver rat.
Got to interrogation.
Anyways, we saved you. Give us all your money.
No.
16. What's all their money?
Yeah, Toby starts trying to get his debt back from the church of the past. He's like, "Where's your church at? I need all your funds."
I need all their funds now.
All right. Well, Tobiashi, just as you see things getting closer, you use your silk and you pull the rock, and the barrier just closes itself. Right in time, because you're not sure what, but you see this huge shadow arriving near the barrier and just slamming on it. And now you learn why you shouldn't do this in front of a barrier made to protect a city. Because you don't know what the creature was, but it just flashed out of existence. It slammed on the barrier, and the pushback of the energy just vaporized the creature.
Ha! Loser.
That's terrifying. Anyways.
Hey, we get to go back out though tomorrow, so don't worry about it.
Are we done with this? Can I go to bed now?
Yeah, we can go to bed. I think we got the girls back. That was the important thing.
Gosh.
We should go let the guard know that we got everyone back.
Right.
Well, honestly, they actually can all do that themselves, Raimi is going to now take a trip around the wall and proceed to, using his own silk, plug up any holes that maybe the citizenry have been using without permission, and possibly creating breaches in said security that they don't need.
Oh, that's fair. I guess I'll bring the girls over. I'll tell them to come with me so we can go report to the guard that we're back.
Okay. So, the rest of this goes without problem, although you might have to stare down the guard who feels like he's looking at 4 idiots. But
I'll be like, don't worry, we sealed the breach in the wall that there was too, that the girls got out of.
he looks at them all. They found a breach, and instead of reporting it, they felt it was better to use it to create a way outside. Those are the members of your cult?
I never said it was a cult. It's a, well, insulting.
12 members is a cult. Unless you have followers we did not register. You see the 3 girls going, no, no, no. That's
No.
it. You know everyone.
I'll just look at the guard. I'll be like, one day, these followers will rule the continent, and then walk away.
Sounds like someone those head of a cult would say.
The funny thing is if he rolls a check for deception, there will be no lie.
It just means that he thinks you're very confident in your answer.
Yeah. As you're moving away, you just hear one of them say, oh, nice diversion, master audience. I think they wouldn't have liked it to learn that we've been recruiting more.
Yeah. I had to cover. Don't worry about it. All right.
There's at
Since you
least,
guys-
there's at least another 12.
Are they male or also female?
Why?
I'm just wondering, because every member I've seen has been female.
Well, there's one that we're not sure exactly, but he's not human. It's not human. It's not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to categorize it. Honestly.
Okay. But fair enough. But the others are all female?
Yeah. I mean, isn't that what he asks?
True.
I'll just
That's
ask.
fair.
I'll just ask. Where did he? I'm just wondering. I'm not denying or confirming, but where did you get that information? That's where he asks. What leads you to say that?
Well, I didn't ask myself, but he doesn't answer everyone directly. But Azimez says that it's what he wants.
Who says that? The head priestess?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask her why why males are being excluded from my
Audience is like untapped market. Why aren't we breaking into?
Well, I'm also like, listen, if we need, I'm either gonna have to write them up because if I want them to exist for many years, I'm either gonna have to write them up some kind of mating ritual that's like a yearly thing in the cult, or they're gonna need to start like recruiting males so that the cult can continue to last.
All right, so guys, I've been thinking about this. If I bring back information that was lost to time, right? Everything in the library. That's a lot of money.
Yeah,
No, you're not wrong. If we get some old books, it might be a lot of money, but
I mean, actually, really thinking about it, just like the audience making a proclamation every year. I have heard from our Lord, our God,
Oh no.
and I have a proclamation to make.
We could start Mormonism with it.
Our
No, I'm kidding. No golden tablets.
Our God has determined that I, your great leader, one of them starts cutting in, like a, are you getting another? Yes, another wife. And so our Lord has spoken.
oh,
All right. Well, you take them all.
I don't think audience would do this. I don't think you go quite that far.
I'm just joking.
Mostly. All right. So you slowly take them back to wherever they go
Yeah.
when they need to sleep.
Yeah.
And I get the feeling that everyone also slowly does this. Remy does his best. It's probably several miles of wall that you'd have to go through, but at least a few sections before you go to bed. Fisher, you go back to the tower, or you go with everyone else?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Go.
you slowly go back to the tower.
Oh, I do need to go get my gem because I said I would create the world tonight.
Oh, well,
So I
then
would
you
do
go
that
with
before
Fisher.
I go to bed.
Then you will go with Fisher then.
After, I guess I could have Remy. I'd be like, Remy, can you take these girls to their temple since you're also a member of the dragon, and make sure that they're all get back to bed. I gotta go pick up the gem.
Thumbs up.
Okay.
All right. And Tobiyashi?
What am I doing?
Yeah.
What?
What are you doing?
I don't know. We're just standing at the entrance of this
So
thing.
everyone's starting to do something. So Remy has started to go around the perimeter of the wall, and then now he has a fan club of 3 girls that are helping him. Well, anyway,
one of the people to least appreciate this. Well, debatable. I'm not sure how Fisher feels.
well,
It's like,
here's the thing: the 3 of
I would have
them.
introduced you as Commander Remy, so they at least respect you.
Oh no. What I was going with is, well, here's the thing, Remy. They help you go through that routine of yours to check the walls, and since they are native, they happily help you go through anywhere that the rumor says that there is a hole or anything like this. They happily help you. You're Commander Remy, after all. They just learned about you being a commander, but they act as if you were a legend that just appeared in front of them. All the while they're doing this, they're asking so many questions. Some of them are about you, but it quickly becomes apparent that they're also literally obsessed with the audience. And they ask you so many different things, what he's done, where he's been. One of them seems to know a bit what a kenku is, so she keeps saying, "Can you show us?" Bits of a conversation. They're interested in everything. They're even asking you, what's his favorite color? What kind of tree grows where he lives? You get a feeling that one of them wants to actually find that tree, whatever it is, if you answer it. They ask you questions until you're ready to tear your ears out.
Which is very unfortunate because there are no ears to tear out.
They will follow you and they will ask you so many questions, and the only thing that I'm interested in knowing is what do you answer to all of this? All of this attention to audience. They want to know so much. They're hungry for knowledge about audience
I'm walking away from
and
that.
his achievements and everything. So, do you show them what they want? Do you tell them of his adventures? Do you answer those small mundane questions about what's his favorite food? What color does he like? What's his favorite tree? Do you know the name of his mother?
You know the name
back
of his
off.
mom?
In all of these questions, what do you answer? What do you not answer? What do you keep vague? What do you just look at them and try to make them understand? And if they ask another question, one of them is gonna die.
I mean, I would say that Raimi would enthusiastically answer the questions that involve him, uh, like displaying or like recounting things that Raimi has found the most interesting about audience. So, like, if, for example, if they asked something like, what was the most fantastic thing that audience has done, he would show them. It's like, I think for some of the more like mundane ones.
No, it goes from everywhere to do you know who trained him to what kind of shoes does he like to wear? There's a huge variety of questions. Who was his mentor? Who taught him how to listen to the god?
That's audience. I'm rolling for tolerance. All right, it's a good thing I rolled 2 die, because, well, maybe good. It depends on your perspective. Because one of the die was a 1, but then the other die was an 18 on the die. So what I'm thinking then is that, like, Raimi gets so caught up in the subject of audience that arguably he's actually just as excited as they are.
So basically, you start.
Maybe he's just getting wrapped up in it. You know what I mean? It's like,
so you show things, and then eventually you realize that you've started to gossip about anything that they want about audience.
like now in the back of Raimi's mind, he's just like the continuous clucking of chickens. And
After an hour of this, all Remy hears is blah 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 blah. Wah, wah, wah,
because that's
wah.
what Raimi feels like now.
I guess I would look for my pendant, and then I'm starting to take things. Also, I am
Oh, look, a rock. It may be worth something.
no more like, oh look, someone's necklace. No, I'm looking for my pendant, and then I'd probably make myself on my way between people.
So
I'd also
I'm just gonna leave this for you to interpret the way you want. Because of everything you did, I did say last time that there were archaeological expeditions that have been sent to where they believe the city is. So just keep in mind, some treasures might actually lose in value now that they might know where it is, while some will go up in value because there's no way it has survived. Through prison.
Not if I take all of them first. I'm kidding. Okay, so what else am I doing?
That's what I want to know.
Looking for my pendant.
Okay.
Looking for my
Pendant
pendant.
and trying to find stuff. If
Yeah.
you want during the week, just write me a list of things that you're going to take, that you think you can take and that you think might have value, and I'll determine what actually has value when you get back.
All right. Okay.
And
Sounds good.
Audience and Fisher, you go back to the tower because Audience wants his gem back, and Fisher, you need to help him. Help the wizard.
I also
to
need
get-
I also need the shards and dust from Fisher.
all right. All right. Well,
17 for the week. Just I'll keep rolling some.
Because I finally have a reason I think that would be good enough to convince Fisher to give me the shards of dust, which would be we're saving an entire souls of
Yeah.
the city.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll tell him about what the one thing we learned so far is we'll only be able to save a certain amount of people because of the resources available to us. Or at least this way.
Okay.
So it sounds like we might not have enough dust to save.
Everyone. I mean, okay, we'll still get a lot more.
Yeah, but I'll get you. I will give you the dawn
Man,
dust.
I need to. When we get to the library, I gotta look for some
What was
books
the
on
one?
griffins.
What was the stuff? What was the stuff I needed for to actually create the land? Because I think I
And,
only have lightning and
Hey, how does
I
the
only
audience
ha-
feel about hippogriffs? Though? Do those count as griffin bones? You think it's close
I
enough?
think hippogriffs and griffins are two different
Yeah, they're
creatures,
two
and that's
different
why they
creatures.
are named two different things.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
all
whoa,
right.
whoa,
So
whoa.
to create a
Related.
world, technically, if you want to create a world that is as beautiful as the world you live in, you'll need all of the shards. But if you just want to create something that people can survive in, you'll need at least a few bits of petrified shard. You'll need
which I have.
You'll need a few bits of wilderness shard.
Which I think we also have.
Yeah. I can
And
do
if you
that.
want to make sure that they have water, you'll need a little bit of frost and a little bit of scorched shard.
Which I think we also
Which
have.
we also
So this would be the minimum to create
Okay.
a livable environment. But
And I also have lightning shard. And then what else do we have?
storm lightning comes from the storm shard, which would
Storm
give
shard, yeah.
the ability to, of your world to have storms. So moving source of waters in the skies, meaning that
That seems
eventually
important.
lakes and rivers could form by themselves if you add this there.
That seems important.
Mhm.
Rain seems important.
Otherwise, the only thing they would have from frost and scorch is the water from the ocean.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna give them some rain with some lightning shard as well.
The-
And then what else do we have? I know we have the,
The dawn shard.
That's it. So we have lightning. We have
Storm.
lightning, wilderness.
We have petrified storm, wilderness, frost, scorched dawn
Dawn,
is
lightning.
what I have.
So the only
Lightning
Okay, and I
is
have,
storm.
The only
Lightning is
shards you're
storm.
missing are the deep shard and the dusk shard. The deep shard, mostly containing force and psychic energy, and the dusk shard, mostly responsible for necrotic energy. Now, the dusk shard, although it's debatable if you want it or not, does have the ability to create anything that relates to necrotic. So if you want your world to renew itself, have the full cycle of life, of birth, life, and death, and then keep going,
Nobody dies
you
ever.
need to add something of the dusk shard.
So
Otherwise,
right now, everyone's just gonna be immortal.
or there's going to be a problem with decomposing. But you have wilderness, so you will have plants that can do this. But necrotic energy will be very minimal in your world.
Okay. And we'll have radiant, so I don't know. My world's gonna have like this weird death cycle, but that's okay for right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then-
You could, with what you have, I'm just saying, depending on the amount of radiant dust that you put in, you know the city of the angels in Diablo 3?
Yeah.
You might actually create something like this with what you have if you put a lot of radiant energy in it.
Well, I think we have a full shard. I think we have more than just dust.
All I have of the dawn is 2 dust.
Okay. Well, that's all we have. So that's all I can do
Unless,
for right now.
okay, if nobody else has any.
I don't know. For some reason, I thought audience was holding on to some.
Yeah, I thought, because also I have in my thing, I've got stuff next to everything else, and then next to dawn, it's just the 2 dust, and then I have in parentheses edited, which I don't know.
So probably I took some and then it got lost somewhere. in my
Nice. Way to go.
I don't know why I have. I wonder if I put too much light, because lightning isn't even a shard. I wonder if I meant to put like 3 of dawn
Storm.
and it ended up at 6 of.
All right. Well, I
Because I thought we had them.
So,
but it's fine.
tell me if I'm wrong. I think the moment where you got all of those shard is when you were with Fisher's family.
It was, so we can
Yeah.
go back and look at that.
Yeah. Get the exact amount for each one of you. All right.
Yeah.
Could try and
Yeah.
find it before next episode.
I mean, I'll tonight. I'll just say that I'll use most of what we have to create a livable world for them that can save as many people as possible. While I sleep tonight.
All right. So, the more wilderness you put, the more life there will be in. If you just sprinkle a little bit of the wilderness shard, you might find yourself with a world with I don't know, steps for vegetation or things like this. The more you put,
Wilderness would probably be what I'd put the most in,
Yeah.
because I assume
It's
that
also
would.
what we have the most of.
yeah. So the more you put in, the more the vegetation will be lush and vibrant.
Yeah, I'd put in a lot of wilderness.
And like I said, there's always strange mix that you can put. If you put wilderness and dawn together, you might end up with vegetation made with, I don't know, that looks silver and gold when you look at them.
I'll be
All right,
honest, I
message
don't
them
think
during the
audience
week.
would do
I
too
can't.
much.
I'm
Yeah.
going to bed.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right.
I'll
We're not gonna figure out what to put in tonight. I really just wanted to end with knowing what everyone was doing, and then we started talking about what the DOS would do. So
Yeah. Okay, I'm healing myself. Yeah, okay.
I'll let you figure this out during the week, what you want to put in, and we can try and find the exact episode where they give you.
Yeah,
doesn't.
I'll look into it. I'll figure it out.
Right. So, nice place to finish for tonight. You avoided being detected during your trek to the city. One of them was very close. Because at the end, you rolled a 19, and the last roll, the one that was near the wall, that was exactly what you needed, 19. If one of you had rolled an 18, that escapade would have ended with a fight. But you got exactly
Nice.
what you needed to avoid it.
Yay.
So, with
Good
the...
job, team.
Yeah.
I hate all
Stealth
of you. I'm kidding.
successful.
Alright, so with this, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for
You
Daywalker.
sent them.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, for letting me know that my microphone was off. So, thank you very much for everything. Thank you for being here. Hope you'll be there next week, next Wednesday or Friday if you're watching the rebroadcast. On Thursdays, we keep making the map. So if you want to be there, I'll see you in the chat. Otherwise, like I said, thank you for being here. Hope you had a pleasant, whatever part of the day it is for you, wherever you are. And hope you'll see you again next week. Remember, if you enjoyed tonight's show episode, you can support us. You can follow us, leave a like, leave a comment, Twitter and YouTube. If you want to do more, you can make a donation, become a Patreon, subscribe on Twitch. All three helps tremendously, mostly me, because it gives me something to, a little bit more money, because work's been slow recently. But if you can't do any of those, there's a very free thing and mostly effortless thing you can do that helps us tremendously, and that's spreading the word of this channel. Thank you for being here. See you next week, and as always, stay safe and stay healthy. Good night.
All right.
Good night.
Yeah.